Chapter 176. These shocking words reverberated in Lin's ears. He was stunned for a full 10 seconds. Then he carefully sized up the man in front of him. His appearance was a little similar to Su Qianyun's, so he should be her biological brother. Then here came the question. Have you ever seen a biological brother help someone else chase after his sister? This sister of his wasn't some dinosaur. Instead, she was a perfect woman who didn't need to worry about marriage. So, was this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morals? And Lin sorted out his F***-kept-up thoughts and transmitted his voice to Su Xian in a serious manner. Mr. Su Xian, you're joking, right? Su Xian, sigh, now that things have come to this, I won't hide it anymore. Su Xian sighed. You know Chang'e, right? And Lin nodded solemnly. I suspect. Chang'e has led Yin Li's sexual orientation astray. So, I urgently need someone to help Yin Lu establish the correct outlook on life and love, Su Xian said slowly as he looked at Lin with anticipation in his eyes. And Lin was momentarily dazed upon hearing this. Then he fell into deep thought. It had to be said, and Lin had actually noticed this problem a long time ago. However, he didn't take it to heart. Or rather, he didn't dare to take it to heart. Who was Chang'e? She was the #1 beauty in the celestial court. Ah, forget about that. Who was Chang'e? She was the Moon Palace Lord, a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to Void stage. Her status in the celestial court was second only to the 6 emperors. She was an existence that Lin couldn't afford to offend. What could Lin think? He didn't dare to interfere in this matter at all. And Lin didn't even dare to share with Su Qianyun the common knowledge that kissing wouldn't lead to pregnancy. But now he wanted Lin to steal Chang'e's beloved Su Qianyun? Being alive was obviously very good. Why did he have to take things too hard? Seeing Lin's hesitant expression, Su Xian thought that he was feeling inferior and immediately encouraged him. Student Lin, you've reached the spirit-nurturing stage at such a young age, and your mastery of the sword Dao is unparalleled in the entire state. Only a man with such extraordinary talent is worthy of Yunlu. So I'm very supportive of your relationship. Su Xian's praise made Lin very happy, but happiness couldn't be eaten. He still wanted to live well, so he righteously rejected Su Xian's good intentions. And Lin's expression was solemn, but Su Xian's expression was one of disappointment as he let out a heavy sigh. Second brother, what did you say to Lin? Su Qianyun had long since noticed Su Xian and Lin's expressions. She knew that they were communicating telepathically, so she asked curiously. And Lin looked at her beautiful face. Her face was so tender that he couldn't help but want to pinch it, as well as her dreamy eyes. He had to admit that she was really moving. However, his life was still the most important thing. As for the phrase that people often said, you'll make a fortune in 3 years, and you won't lose out on a death sentence. If you really were to be sentenced to death, let's see if you'd make a loss or not. This was already the 3rd time that Lin had reminded himself like this. He couldn't lose his sense of propriety. He turned his gaze towards Jiang Yinan again. As for the explanation, it was better to leave it to his good brother, Su Xian. Jiang Yinan's method of training sword intent, as well as techniques for how to use sword intent to increase the power of sword techniques, had a lot to learn. At the very least, Lin benefited greatly from listening to his teachings. After the lesson, Lin and Su Qianyun left the drill grounds. There were still 4 days until the mechanical puppet's energy source was delivered, so Lin had been fooling around in the Imperial Palace. During these 4 days, Su Xian went to look for Lin a few times, asking if Lin wanted to pursue his sister. Pursue your sister? No way. This was Lin's reply. Not pursuing? Oh, then I'll come ask again later. Su Xian wasn't discouraged. The next day, have you thought it through? Do you want to pursue my sister? I can help you. Su Xian had an expectant expression. I've thought it through. No way. And Lin was very determined. Su Xian, On the third day, Su Xian came again. Su Xian, are you going to pursue her? And Lin, even if Liang Jingru gave me the courage, I still wouldn't have the guts to pursue her. Su Xian was dumbfounded. What did you say? And Lin, no way. Su Xian, on the fourth day, it was time to pick up the goods. And Lin and Su Qianyan held Dabai and Xiaoman's hands as they walked excitedly toward the research lab. Once the door opened, colorful lights began to shine in all directions. Professor Yang was dressed in a white robe and stood in the middle of the research room in a refined manner. He bowed to the princess and said in a calm but excited tone, "Welcome, all of you. It's time for us to witness a miracle." As he spoke, he lifted the white cloth, and a silver-colored mechanical puppet appeared in Lin's field of vision. It stood upright on the ground, and in the center of its structure, its energy source exuded a faint golden glow. A pulsating aura of life spread in all directions, making it one with nature. It was like a living being, full of vitality and rhythm. Perfect. And Lin stared intently at the mechanical puppet in front of him and couldn't help but praise it. This mechanical puppet had completed a type of transformation. It had transformed from an inanimate object into a spirit object. Their bloodline connection allowed him to give orders to this mechanical puppet. This was a sign that the spirit net had been successfully activated. Punch! And Lin ordered. The Gundam received the order and immediately began to swing its fists. Its movements were agile and its punches were fierce. Its punches weren't messy and chaotic. Instead, they were very intricate and profound fist techniques. This might be because the mechanical puppet's internal system already had a set of related fist techniques stored in it. Dance! And Lin continued with a smile. Upon hearing the order, the Gundam's entire body began to tremble, and a high-pitched song was played. Immediately afterward, the mechanical parts and joints of its body began to move to the beat of the music. This could be said to be a perfect mechanical dance. Its movements were handsome and cool, and it was full of a mechanical feeling. And Lin's heart rate accelerated as he watched. Perfect! It was too perfect! Even Professor Yang and Su Qianyan were staring intently at the Gundam's dance. They felt that it was both novel and shocking. After the dance, and Lin held the metallic Gundam tightly in his arms. "Your name is Gundam 1 from now on," he exclaimed excitedly. The mechanical puppet nodded, but it didn't seem to understand. Professor Yang's chest tightened. He was extremely pained to give such a perfect piece of art such a casual name. Professor Yang handed the other core to Lin, and Lin excitedly installed the core onto the other mechanical puppet. That mechanical puppet was also activated. "From now on, your name is Gundam 2. He gave a name that Professor Yang couldn't bear to look at. "What a waste! What a waste!" Professor Yang lamented. And Lin's naming was like Da Vinci naming his painting Mona Lisa, Flower Maiden, after much difficulty. This was simply a waste of a work of art. And Lin was completely oblivious to this. He placed Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 into his storage ring with a satisfied expression and expressed his gratitude to Professor Yang once again. If this mechanical puppet is used in battle, it can only be maintained for 2 hours. After the energy within the energy core is depleted, it will require 10,000 spirit stones to be recharged, Professor Yang added. And Lin nodded. This was a small fee that he could afford. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 would be one of his life-saving trump cards in the future. One more thing. The energy core I created can only activate about 20% of the mechanical puppet's abilities. I will create a more complete energy core for you in the future, Professor Yang continued. And Lin looked at Professor Yang with gratitude. His skills were limited, and he didn't expect to be able to create an energy core that could activate 100% of the mechanical puppet's abilities. In reality, he was already very satisfied that 20% of the mechanical puppet's abilities could be activated. Now, Professor Yang volunteered to help him improve the energy core. He was naturally extremely grateful and overjoyed. Take good care of Daybreak and Daybreak. Professor Yang patted Lin's shoulder. What? And Lin was slightly dazed. I'm talking about the names of your two mechanical puppets, Professor Yang said in a meaningful and heartfelt voice. He decided to use a gentle and suggestive method to change this young man's mind. Don't give them random names. I think Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 are the best, and Lin said solemnly. Professor Yang. Chapter 177. After exiting the laboratory, Lin and Su Qinyan began to take a leisurely stroll. Lin was in a good mood after learning that Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 had been reborn. He hummed a tune as he strode forward. Even the sunlight seemed to warm him up a little. Student Lin, are you going to leave this place? Su Qinyan remembered that Lin had told her that he would return to the Celestial Court as soon as the mechanical puppet's energy source was ready. Lin nodded. That's right. There are only a few more days before school starts. There are some things that I need to prepare in advance. The main reason was that Su Xian's relentless pursuit was a little too much for him to handle. Otherwise, Lin wouldn't be willing to leave so early if he could eat and play in the Imperial Palace like a vacation paradise. Then he bumped into a handsome man on the road. What a coincidence, Mr. Lin. Su Xian waved at him with a smile, and Lin's lips twitched. Why didn't Su Xian greet Su Qinyan first? Why did he greet him first? An ominous premonition suddenly welled up in his heart. I heard that you're going back to school. I didn't prepare anything, so I'll give you a small gift. Su Xian handed a wooden box to Lin as he spoke. Wow, second brother actually gave a gift to student Lin. Su Qinyan covered her mouth in surprise as if she had seen something incredible. Lin was a little uneasy, but he couldn't just reject a gift from someone else. With this in mind, he could only grit his teeth and accept the wooden box while expressing his gratitude. Su Xian patted Lin's shoulder with an encouraging look in his eyes. Lin, he had a feeling that whatever was inside the wooden box was definitely not something good. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to accept this gift. Lin rode on Debai's back and flew into the sky after bidding farewell to Su Qinyan and Su Xian. High up in the sky, Lin took out a wooden box from his storage ring as he watched the greenwood Imperial Palace gradually disappear into the distance. He looked at this thing that was like Pandora's box and fell into silence. Why not just throw it away? A thought flashed through his mind. No, what if it was something important? In the end, curiosity overcame reason. He slowly opened the wooden box. What caught his eye was a letter that exuded a faint fragrance. Love letter? Lin slowly unfolded the letter, and the first sentence appeared in front of him. Lin's brother-in-law. I believe you will be very surprised when you read this letter. As soon as he read the first sentence, his hand trembled, and he almost dropped the letter. Su Xian was right, and Lin was very surprised when he received the letter. After reading the content, he was horrified. Lin's brother-in-law, go to hell with your sister. As expected, it was better to throw the wooden box away, and Lin raised the wooden box. After a while, he slowly put it down. Before throwing it away, let's see what he said first. His reason was once again defeated by curiosity. He slowly unfolded the letter and continued to read. I'll call you brother-in-law. Please don't be surprised. There was no surprise, only horror. After all, you are the man who is closest to Yunlu, and you have the best chance of defeating Chang. Perhaps in the future, you really might become my brother-in-law. This sentence about defeating Chang, it was even more horrifying than the previous sentence. I feel that in Lin. Even if you don't want to pursue Yunlu now, you will definitely be moved in the future. After all, Yunlu is such a perfect woman, isn't she? This has nothing to do with perfection. After adding the perfect halo, the next part should be the main topic. Lin's guess was correct. The next part was indeed the main topic. When you want to pursue Yunlu, she will already be far away in the Celestial Court. As your brother-in-law, I can't help you even if I wanted to. so I specially wrote down this information in hopes that it will be of some help to you. Yin Li's birthday is, her favorite animal is, her favorite food is, her favorite thing to do in the morning is, her favorite thing to do in the afternoon is, her favorite thing to do in the evening is, her favorite thing to do in the evening is, her favorite thing to do is to practice swordsmanship. Don't be fooled by her moonlight disc. She is also a woman who dreams of becoming a sword immortal. So, brother-in-law, you have a good chance. She also has some things that she hates, such as an overly noisy environment. Although she is not good with words, she is a person who likes to chat. Brother-in-law can only help you this much. If it still doesn't work, then it proves that you two are not fated to be together, and I won't interfere too much. Finally, I wish you all the best. And Lin silently finished reading the letter and fell into silence again. He had to admit that this brother really worried about his sister's marriage, and Lin's heart was deeply moved. He was a little afraid. He was afraid that he knew too much. As he thought of this, his palm began to emit a raging fire, burning the wooden box and the letter into ashes. The physical evidence was gone. However, the information was already in his mind and could not be forgotten. What should he do? Sigh. And Lin shook his head helplessly, his face full of melancholy. Sometimes it was not a good thing to be too smart. Celestial Court, Xiaoxian United Universities, teleportation portal. And Lin's figure gradually appeared amidst a flash of white light. The miniature clown and Dabai appeared together with him, and Lin looked at the familiar surroundings and the rich, vital energy around him. He could not help but take a deep breath, and his entire body felt refreshed. He had only been away from the university for less than a month, but he felt like he had been away for a long time. Hey, and Lin, Dabai. A somewhat familiar voice suddenly sounded, and Lin turned around and saw a slightly chubby man with dark skin looking at him with a joyful expression. F***CK. Lu Debao, how did you become so dark? And Lin's eyes widened as he looked at the man in front of him with a shocked expression. In his memory, Lu Debao was a fair-skinned and muscular man. How did he become an African uncle after not seeing him for a while? Sigh. I'm going to cry if I talk about this. Lu Debao massaged his brows with a pained expression. My father forced me to cultivate that divine sun technique, which requires me to bask in the sun for a month. I didn't do anything during this month of vacation. I just lay on the beach every day like a salted fish, turning over every half a day. And Lin burst out laughing upon hearing this. He felt like after the photosynthesis expert Xiaohong woke up, he would have many things to talk about with Lu Debao. He then saw Lu Debao's mood suddenly plummet, and he looked like he was about to burst into tears. He immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. It would have been better if he hadn't apologized. But when he did, Lu Debao's face darkened, even though his face was already dark. Lu Debao heaved a forlorn sigh before turning to Lin. What about you? What did you do during your vacation? And Lin thought for a moment before replying honestly, that's a bit much. I went to the mythological beast sect first, then to the vermilion bird sect, then to the abyss of evil to kill sinister devils. After that, I went to the 10,000 spirits immortal sect to find Shenyuan Cheng, and I even encountered the high priestess of the holy glacial lands trying to steal my man. Finally, I went to the Greenwood Imperial Palace. Lu Debao. And Lin noticed that Lu Debao's expression was a little off, and he asked with concern, Huh? What's wrong? Lu Debao clasped a hand over his chest and shook his head. It's nothing. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Just leave me alone. He waved a hand to indicate that he didn't need to worry too much. And Lin nodded as a yearning expression appeared on his face. A new year was about to arrive. He was going to cultivate hard and improve every day during this year. Chapter 178. The new school year arrived, and Lin's school was moved to a place called the White Wing School District. This was a school district for second-year students. The new batch of male idols streamed through the school gates, all of them brimming with youthfulness. The day before the official start of the school year, and Lin returned to the school gates, feeling a bit melancholic. Before he knew it, a year had passed. When he first came here, he was still a mortal who knew nothing. Outside the gates, he met the first cultivator friend of his life, Su Xiaolan. He couldn't help but chuckle when he thought of how the two of them were completely at odds with each other. One of them spoke Mandarin, while the other spoke the strange Tai Chu language. He continued forward and arrived at a small plaza. This place wasn't big, but it was crowded with thousands of students. A huge black stone slab stood in the middle of the crowd, emitting a white light from time to time. This was a stone used to measure cultivation base. Thinking back, the famous title of most backdoor entrant was obtained from this very place, and Lin smiled faintly. He was already a cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage now. Although his skill tree was a bit skewed and he only condensed a beast core, he had at least made a comeback. What a pity no one stepped out to trample on him back then. Otherwise, he would be able to slap them in the face right now. The black stone slab emitted a dazzling white light, and a huge number of words appeared. Dao Body, 10th stage! A commotion broke out among the crowd, and all kinds of comments appeared. Wow, so impressive. Wow, what a genius. And so on. Yao Xiao, Class 1. A deep and resonant voice sounded. Oh yeah. A girl in a green dress cheered happily. She knew that she could definitely enter Class 1, but she still couldn't control her emotions and expressed her joy wantonly in a joyful manner. This girl's skin was fair and delicate, and she had shoulder-length ponytails, giving her a youthful and energetic appearance. To be honest, it was extremely rare for female cultivators to have ponytails, so Lin took a few more glances at her. Right at this moment, the black stone slab emitted another dazzling white light. Then, the entire crowd erupted, causing a huge commotion. This was because the words on the stone slab were, Spirit Nurturing Stage, Initial Stage! Yao Mingxi, Class 1. The voice rang out again. So, he is the black and white sword sex number 1 genius, Yao Mingxi. Yao Xiao and Yao Mingxi are siblings, right? Their aptitude is too monstrous. It must be inherited. They have long been famous in the spirit sword state. They are all geniuses who can communicate with the ancient sword steel. We're in the final stages of the examination. I thought that we wouldn't even have a single spirit nurturing stage cultivator in this cohort. Thankfully, we have Yao Mingxi. Yao Mingxi is so handsome. Some fangirls couldn't help but start cheering loudly. Yao Mingxi was dressed in a black robe. He had a handsome appearance and a cold expression, making him seem unapproachable. He calmly left the crowd. Yao Xiao quickly ran over, giggling as she held onto his arm. She said in a sweet voice, You're really worthy of being my blood brother. You're definitely the number 1 of this year's freshmen. Yao Mingxi smiled warmly. However, his eyes were looking into the distance. Little Xiao, we shouldn't just focus on this cohort of freshmen. We should set our sights on the entire university. Yao Xiao's bright eyes flashed with excitement. Brother is right. The number 1 on the Immortal Rankings board, Wang Xuanzhan, has reached the soul formation stage in his 5th year. This kind of unparalleled talent is what we should strive for. Yao Mingxi smiled lightly. Wang Xuanzhan is indeed very powerful. However, did you know that there is a legendary figure in the university? You've only just arrived, so you haven't heard of him. He's the person I admire. Yao Xiao's small mouth gaped slightly. Who is it? Apart from Wang Xuanzhan, there didn't seem to be anyone else in the university who was of this rank. She was really curious as to who it was that made the arrogant Yao Mingxi admire him. Let me tell you about him. Yao Mingxi's eyes burned with passion. A rare expression of yearning appeared on his cold face. My idol. He was only of the Zeroth stage, Tao body, when he first entered the university. Yao Xiao was dazed upon hearing this. Her large, lively eyes blinked. In the short span of a year, guess what rank he's reached now? Yao Mingxi asked. Yao Xiao's small, delicate face recovered slightly from her shock. She started guessing the most impressive rank she could think of. 10th stage Tao body. Yao Mingxi shook his head. He's of the spirit nurturing stage. Spirit nurturing stage? Yao Xiao could no longer remain calm. Her small chest rose and fell violently. In the short span of a year, he cultivated from the Zeroth stage, Tao body, to the spirit nurturing stage. Compared to this, had she, the self-proclaimed prodigy of the spirit sword state, lived the past 18 years like a dog? But this is only one of his many feats. Do you know that during the free-for-all battle, he was only at the Tao body stage, but he defeated Wang Xuanzhan, who was ranked first on the Immortal Rankings board, with a single finger? Yao Mingxi continued. He defeated Wang Xuanzhan with a single finger? Yao Xiao stammered, her face full of disbelief. Not only that, but when he descended into the mortal world to carry out a mission, the Dark Knight monarch of the Darkwing tribe suddenly descended and was slain by him with a single sword strike. Yao Mingxi became more and more excited as he spoke. Those who can be referred to as monarchs in the Darkwing tribe are all supreme beings of the return to void stage. Heavens! Yao Xiao was so shocked that her body trembled. She was actually a little dazed. If it wasn't for the fact that this big brother of hers, who never joked, she definitely wouldn't believe it. Xiao, tell me, isn't this senior a living legend? Is he worthy of worship? Yao Mingxi's eyes burned with passion and his breathing quickened. Yao Xiao could no longer suppress her feelings of worship. Big brother, who is he? Yao Mingxi, his name is Enlin. He's a second-year senior. Yao Xiao was excited. Senior Enlin, is it? Let's go find him today. Let's go make friends. Yao Mingxi nodded. I think so too, but we can't be too presumptuous. We have to give Senior a good first impression. How about the two of us perform a sword dance for him? Yao Xiao suggested after thinking for a moment. The problem is, does he like sword dances? Little Xiao, your singing is very good. How about you sing a song for him, and I perform the sword dance? That way, as long as he likes one, we'll be friends. Yao Mingxi suggested. What if he doesn't like either? Yao Xiao was a little concerned. If he doesn't like either, then we'll use force. Yao Mingxi's eyes burned with passion. How do we do that? Yao Xiao's delicate features were flushed with excitement. Yao Mingxi gritted his teeth. Even if we can't become friends, we have to make him remember us. We can ask him what he likes first, then try to cater to his tastes. If he still refuses, then we'll pester him and refuse to leave until he acknowledges us. Yao Xiao's eyes lit up. We also have to ask for his autograph, take a photo with him, and exchange voice transmission talismans. Yes, just like that. Let's go to the White Wing District. Yao Mingxi nodded firmly. Yes, big brother. Yao Xiao was impatient. Just like that, the brother and sister rushed to the White Wing District in high spirits, with excitement on their faces. At the spot where they had been standing, and Lin's lips twitched and his expression darkened. He had heard the entire conversation without missing a single word. His mood had also changed from the initial complacency to the current pain in his liver. After a moment of silence, he decided to run in the opposite direction of the two siblings. Chapter 179. Night fell, and Enlin returned to his room after wandering around for the entire day. It's already so late. Tomorrow is the first day of school, so the siblings should have already left. He sighed lightly. Who would have thought that becoming famous would be such a troublesome thing? He opened the door to his room, and it was pitch black inside. Kacha! The room was suddenly illuminated, and two well-dressed people appeared in his field of vision. The man was dressed in a black robe and he was cool and handsome. The woman was dressed in a green robe, and she was delicate and adorable. Surprise! The two of them yelled in unison. The man pulled out a long sword as he spoke. Senior and Lin, I'm Yao Mingxi from first year class 1, the man said. Hubby, I'm Yao Xiao from first year class 1. The woman's eyes lit up. The man's lips twitched. Xiao air, be more reserved. The woman stuck out her tongue in a mischievous manner, then stared intently at Lin. And Lin was dumbstruck. What the F***CK? These two ran into his room and squatted there? That was way too terrifying. Please enjoy the performance we've meticulously prepared for you, the two of them said in unison. A great river, wide waves, the wind blows through the paddy fields, the fragrance of the two banks. My home is here. Yao Xiao's crisp and sweet voice sounded. Yao Mingxi also began to perform a sword dance. As the sword danced, vital energy flowed along with the rhythm like waves. It was both beautiful and artistic, and Lin's mouth gaped open as he stared blankly at the two lunatics singing and dancing in his room. After a few minutes, the two of them looked at Lin with anticipation in their eyes. Senior and Lin, did you like the performance we prepared for you? Yao Mingxi asked nervously as he looked at Lin. In order to let you experience the warmth of home, Xiao even went to learn songs from the mortal world. Yao Xiao stared at Lin with tears in her big, bright eyes, as if she was begging him to praise her. And Lin's face convulsed. In order to let him feel the warmth of home, they sang My Motherland. Awesome. I really enjoyed your performance. It's getting late, go back and rest. He squeezed out a smile and said to the two of them, Oh, really? Do you really like it? Yao Xiao stared at Lin. Her breathing quickened as she approached him, and Lin retreated step by step, goosebumps rising all over his body. As long as Senior likes it, us siblings will come here every day to sing and dance for you. Yao Mingxi followed Yao Xiao's lead and approached Lin, staring at him with passionate eyes. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'm already very satisfied. And Lin immediately refused. It's no trouble at all, the two of them said in unison with excited expressions. And Lin roared in his heart, You guys aren't troublesome, but I am. Senior and Lin, can you give us your autograph? All right, and Lin signed their names on the hilts of their swords. This was something that a sword cultivator valued the most. It had to be said that these two siblings had really become his die-hard fans. Senior and Lin, this is my voice transmission talisman. Can you leave me your contact number? All right, and Lin left an imprint on their voice transmission talisman. He was going all out in order to get rid of these two crazy fans. Senior and Lin, can we move into your room? All right, F***CK off. F***CK off. This is getting more and more outrageous. In a fit of rage, and Lin let Dabai out and chased them out. Senior and Lin will be back. Yao Mingxi yelled as he ran. Love you, Senior. See you tomorrow. Yao Xiao yelled. And Lin. At this moment, the window of the neighboring attic opened. The girl looked to the side and saw Lin standing at the door with a dark expression on his face. She smiled sweetly and teased. Congratulations, Lin. You've gained 2 cute fans. And Lin turned around and looked at Su Xiaolan, who was cupping her cheeks and smiling adorably. He sighed. Don't make fun of me. If fans can transfer gifts, I'll send them away, even if I have to pay for them. To be honest, he had been tormented by these 2 diehard fans. They were afraid that they would suddenly jump out and sing and dance at him. In order to prevent this from happening, he set up an alarm spell formation around the house. The alarm would sound the moment a stranger stepped foot on the house. After making sure everything was in place, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. However, right after he closed his eyes, his voice transmission talisman suddenly trembled and emitted a faint light. And Lin was puzzled. He picked up the voice transmission talisman. Hello? Who is it? A gentle voice came from the voice transmission talisman. Senior, it's me, Xiao. And Lin blinked. HM. What's up? Yao Xiao, are you asleep? And Lin. What do you think? Yao Xiao. Oh, good night then, hee. And Lin's mouth twitched, and he silently hung up. He didn't expect that he would be tricked one day. Speaking of which, this voice transmission talisman didn't have a function to turn off the phone or reject calls. Sure enough, the phone was the best. He fell asleep again in a sullen mood. The moon set and the sun rose. The next morning, and Lin woke up. Once again, he entered the familiar classroom. There were familiar teachers and familiar classmates. The curriculum was a little different from that of his first year. There were still public lessons in the morning and specialized courses in the afternoon. The specialized courses were divided into 6 categories: pill refinement, weapon refinement, array formations, magic treasure techniques, immortal spells, and divine soul. The students would choose the category they liked based on their interests and specialized in it. And Lin hesitated for a long time. Pill refinement and tool refinement were not attractive to him at all. In any case, he had so much money. He could buy immortal pills if he wanted to eat them, and he already had 1 or 2 immortal tools. He didn't lack these 2 things, and unlike a certain Xiaohuahua, he could use pill refinement to show off. Thus, he didn't need to worry about these 2 major subjects. As for array formations, they were far too complicated, and it would take too much time and effort to master them. Furthermore, setting up formations was troublesome, and he had the divine inspection technique to break them. There was no need to panic, so he wasn't in a hurry. As for magic treasure techniques, after observing the 6 strikes of the war god, and Lin's grasp of swordsmanship and sword intent was already very strong. There was no room for improvement, so he didn't need to consider this. The Immortal Spells class was to learn how to use immortal spells efficiently, as well as some practical immortal spells. There was also a class to guide students on how to create their own immortal spells. It sounded very good, but Lin was already a sword immortal. No matter how many immortal spells he had, he would be able to break them with a single sword strike. He was already focusing on the sword, so what was the point of playing with immortal spells? Wasn't that just tormenting himself? The last class was the Divine Soul class. It talked about the use of one's divine sense, the strengthening of one's divine sense, and the use of one's divine sense to capture the enemy's movements. It seemed like the divine inspection technique could do this as well, and Lin stroked his chin and frowned slightly. He was hesitant. He discovered a very serious problem. That's right, he felt so powerful now. He felt like he didn't need to learn anything. Chapter 180. After thinking about it, Lin finally decided to let the heavens decide his specialization. He took out a die. 1 was for pill refinement, 2 were for tool refinement, 3 were for spell formations, 4 were for magic treasure techniques, 5 were for immortal spells, and 6 were for consciousness. He tossed the die into the air, dropped it, and rolled until it was 5 points up. If this is the will of the heavens, then I'll choose immortal spells. Coincidentally, Su Xiaolan had also chosen an immortal spell class. However, she played with fire anyway, so there was nothing wrong with choosing immortal spells. There were 100 students in their class, and 26 of them chose immortal spells. It seemed like this class was quite popular, and the teacher in charge of teaching them immortal spells was the white-haired Dioscorea Kankengensis. Back then, Lin had suffered a lot because of the Tsongqing brand sleeping pills. Now he had turned things around and was able to listen to the class with his classmates with great interest. He could also laugh with everyone when they listed the funny points. This was all blood and tears of hard work. Only Lin, as the person involved, could deeply understand the bitterness. On an open hillside, this became the teaching location for immortal spells. Many students sat in a circle around the room. Earth Immortal Tsongqing stood in the center and lectured enthusiastically on the theory of immortal spells. Low-level immortal spells have form, while high-level immortal spells have form and intent. The intent within is the intent. By fusing the intent into the immortal spell, it can give the immortal spell spirituality and growth potential. And Lin listened to Dioscorea Cancongensis and began his practical practice. He was still a long way off from creating a powerful immortal technique. However, if he wanted to modify an immortal technique, he could still give it a try. The immortal spells he was more familiar with were the Mountain Quaking Fist and the Lightning Manipulation Technique. As for the 6 strikes of the War God, it was already quite perfect and contained true intent, so he didn't even need to think about improving it. Should he guide the lightning to the Mountain Quaking Fist and use the Lightning Mountain Quaking Fist? And Lin's eyes lit up, and he did as he said. After Tsong Qing's lecture, it was time for free practice. He found an empty space and started to modify the celestial technique according to the method taught by his teacher. The Mountain Quaking Fist was an elementary rank god of war technique, and because it was complemented by the power of the earth from the Earth Lotus Supreme skill, its power was greatly boosted, and it could be activated instantly. Meanwhile, the Lightning Manipulation Technique was an immortal spell derived from the Thunder Essence cultivation method. It drew upon lightning from the void, and it required around 10 seconds to completely charge up. In other words, to release a mountain-quaking lightning fist, he would need to charge for at least 10 seconds. Let's test the firepower first. And Lin's left hand's fingertips flashed with lightning as he clenched his right hand into a fist. Golden light enveloped his fist, emitting powerful fluctuations. The next step was to guide the lightning to his fist. During this process, it was necessary to control the ratio of energy, otherwise it would explode due to the imbalance of energy. Crackle, crackle. The blue lightning in the air crackled and slowly adhered to his fist. He could feel the collision and fusion of 2 different types of energy, and he was extremely excited. After the thunder and lightning mixed with the earth power of the mountain quaking fist, it turned into golden lightning. So handsome. And Lin's breathing quickened. He was stunned by the golden lightning on his fist. After absorbing the divine lightning from the lightning manipulation technique, the power contained in his fist became extremely terrifying. However, the power was also on the verge of exploding, and it was time to strike. Watch me, mountain quaking lightning fist. And Lin yelled and smashed his fist forward. Boom! A terrifying power completely erupted. Lightning and golden light combined and exploded, engulfing everything in its surroundings. A terrifying area of golden lightning spread out like a ball, blasting everything within a 5-zhang radius into smithereens and charred them black. And Lin, who bore the brunt of the explosion, spat out blood as he was sent flying. His right arm turned crimson red, as if it was about to split open. Ah, ow, ow! He rolled on the ground, grimacing in pain. And Lin, your immortal spell is so powerful. If an enemy of the spirit nurturing stage were to take a direct hit from you, they would definitely be reduced to ashes. Su Xiaolan came over upon hearing the commotion and looked at Lin, who was rolling on the ground. As expected of Big Brother In, you've created such a terrifying, immortal art yourself. Luo Zipping ran over with a jolt, and he spoke with an expression of admiration. And Lin grimaced, but he didn't reply. Instead, he sat up and looked at his slightly cracked arm with lingering fear. So it turned out that he had invented a technique that dealt 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to himself? No. If he crippled an arm every time he used it, he definitely wouldn't admit that this was an immortal spell. There should be some areas that could be improved upon. In terms of energy coordination, he felt that it was already very well coordinated. The power of the combined immortal spell had also been greatly enhanced. If he really had to point out something, it would be the intent realm. Intent realm? That's right. I can integrate an intent realm into the immortal spell to make it more stable. And Lin's eyes lit up, and he immediately started thinking about what intent realm he should integrate to make the immortal spell more stable. an intent realm that could simultaneously incorporate the mountain quaking fist, which contained the power of earth, and the lightning manipulation technique, which contained the power of lightning for some reason. He thought of the Dark Knight monarch's darkness of origin. At that time, he was in a strange state of understanding. When facing the Dark Knight monarch's most powerful technique, it could be said that he had seen through the intent realm of the technique with a single glance. The Darkness of Origin was an immortal spell that could annihilate all things and encompass all things at the same time. Combining the two characteristics of annihilation and encompassing all things, perhaps it could make the mountain-quaking lightning fist more powerful while stabilizing it. "Stay away from me. I'm going to try something else," and Lin said nervously. Luo Zipping had an excited expression. "Big Brother and is going to create another immortal spell? This is a feast for our eyes." Hearing this, Su Xiaolan retreated a few steps worriedly and didn't say anything. In reality, combining two immortal spells and incorporating a new intent realm was already beyond the scope of improving an immortal spell. Perhaps it was just as Luo Zipping had said. This was already an attempt to create an immortal spell, and Lin guided the lightning with his left hand, and a golden light erupted from his right fist again. When the lightning latched onto his fist, it underwent another qualitative change, and the energy within it also began to reach the brink of explosion. His eyes focused. It was time to integrate the intent realm. The scene of the sky transforming into boundless darkness and crashing toward the earth surfaced in his mind, and the true intent of the technique began to merge with his fist. The violent golden lightning was tinged with a hint of black, and it gradually quieted down. However, the power imbued within it also became even more suffocating. Even Lin himself felt a chill run down his spine, and he felt as if his fist had latched onto a ticking time bomb. "No, I have to get out of here." Mountain-quaking lightning fist. He was just about to unleash his fist when the air around him suddenly became sluggish, and the lightning and golden light actually began to recede slightly. And Lin's pupils contracted, and he immediately launched his fist forward. He had to make it in time. The golden fist was entwined with golden lightning, and black wisps of energy flowed within the fist, bringing with them two contradictory powers of annihilation and violence. They were like thin threads that pulled at the fist, causing it to shrink strangely. Heaven and earth instantly fell silent. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens. The energy exploded 3 feet away from Lin. The earth quaked, and the golden light shattered the ground. The lightning swept through the surroundings with an aura of annihilation, annihilating everything it came into contact with. Nearby, Dioscorea cankengensis and all the students looked toward a certain spot on the hillside, and they all drew in a sharp breath. A small mushroom cloud of lightning rose up from the ground, and a powerful shockwave carried dust and smoke into the surroundings. As for the culprit and Lin, his figure had already been submerged in the mushroom cloud. Chapter 181. And Lin had successfully created his own immortal spell, and he named it the Nuclear Lightning Fist. This immortal spell was extremely powerful, but its side effects were also very obvious. If he didn't use it well, he would die. Thanks to the Nuclear Lightning Fist, he was bedridden for half a month. If he hadn't cultivated the evergreen technique, perhaps he would be lying on a bed filled with flowers right now. The mushroom cloud at the time was extremely powerful, and it left a very deep impression on the students. They all paid their utmost respect to Lin, who had risked his life to create the immortal spell. And Lin's self-created immortal spell was also successfully recorded in Dioscorea cankengensis' classic negative teaching material, and it was widely sung in the celestial court. And Lin had learned of these glorious feats from Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan hadn't gone far at the time, and she was also injured by the Nuclear Lightning Fist. After that, she took a picture of the charred Lin with her camera. She even printed it out and placed it on Lin's bedside for him to admire. The message she wanted to convey was self-evident. After Lin woke up, He would fall into deep thought every time he looked at the picture of the charred black man. He felt that if he had thrown the punch earlier, he wouldn't have been injured by the explosion. However, after seeing the picture, he didn't dare to make a second attempt. During this half a month of rest, apart from some friends visiting him, Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu would sing and dance in his room. Finally, on a sunny afternoon, he walked out of the treatment center with tears in his eyes. Phew, I'm alive again. And Lin opened his arms and embraced the sun. Congratulations, master. You can continue to court death now. A sweet voice sounded from his pocket, and Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. After a period of photosynthesis, little Hong had already woken up. When he used the nuclear lightning fist, he forgot to take little Red away. Thus, she successfully became a character who went through thick and thin with her master and was baptized by the cannon fire. Little Red's resentment towards her master couldn't be explained in a few words. Faced with Little Red's mockery, and Lin didn't dare to reply. He was afraid that Little Red would suddenly explode and destroy him in the name of the sun. At the same time, in a conference room of the school, Vice Principal Yu Hua, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, was sitting at a round table. 6 other university executives were also participating in this meeting with him. During the Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers, what do you think about the student representatives of the Celestial Court that were voted on by the university? Yu Hua asked. Humph, what a joke. And Lin is only of the spirit-nurturing initial stage, yet he was elected with the highest number of votes. Isn't this a disgrace to our Celestial Court? Zhu Jingji of the Immortal Spell Department humphed coldly and spoke with dissatisfaction. I feel that student in Lin is fully deserving of this position. Have you all forgotten what he has done in the past year? No student in the Celestial Court is as outstanding as he is. Lu Yang of the Spell Formation Department said with a smile. He had high hopes for Enlin, but everyone knows that his power isn't something that he can control as he pleases. Strictly speaking, he is still of the spirit-nurturing initial stage. I'm afraid it's still a little inappropriate to have him become the head student representative. Nan Gongqi of the Magic Treasure Department furrowed his brows slightly and continued. There are 3 student representatives in the Celestial Court. We can have Wang Xuanzhan as the head student representative and Enlin, and Lu Qianhuan as normal representatives. This arrangement isn't against the rules, and it's also more reasonable. Hearing this, the other 3 higher-ups also nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with Nan Gongqi's suggestion. Just like that, the student representatives of the Celestial Court for the Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers were officially decided. The 3 representatives were Wang Xuanzhan, Enlin, and Lu Qianhuan. Enlin returned to the school in high spirits and soon received this piece of good news. He was a little dumbfounded. Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers? 3 student representatives, representing the school for the conference. Hearing Enlin's rapid-fire questions, Su Xiaolan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Please, if it's just a conference, is there a need to hold a school-wide vote? Then what is this Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers? And Lin was inexplicably elected as the student representative with the highest number of votes. Apparently, he had voted for him while he was recuperating from his illness. This kind of election made him extremely uneasy. Perhaps it was because of his fame. In any case, it couldn't be a good thing no matter how he thought about it. Su Xiaolan replied, The Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers is a conference jointly held by the Celestial Court of the Kingdom of the 9 States, the Buddhist Kingdom of the Western Paradise, the Garden of Eden of the Holy Region, and the Hall of Creation of the Creation Realm. It's held once every 5 years, and the representatives of the younger generation of the Four Powers participate in the conference to showcase the brilliance of the younger generation of the Four Powers. There are also a variety of tests to be held. Hearing Su Xiaolan's explanation, and Lin buried his face in his hands. He suddenly wanted to return to his hospital room and become a salted fish. F***CK. There were other students of the spirit-nurturing final stage in the school apart from Lu Qianhuan, right? Why did they have to choose him? The other 3 powers were about the same level as the Celestial Court, so it wasn't hard to imagine that the cultivation bases of their representatives wouldn't be lower than spirit-nurturing final stage. Playing with these freaks, and Lin felt like he had a chance of winning in terms of looks. However, in terms of other aspects, he was really only suitable to be a bystander. Can I refuse? And Lin was a little tired. We've already announced it to the entire school. What do you think? There was a smile on Su Xiaolan's face. Seeing in Lin's expression, she was inexplicably amused. And Lin sat down on the ground dejectedly, his expression filled with despair. All right. Seeing in Lin's dejected expression, Su Xiaolan couldn't bear to see him like this again. Don't you still have Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qianhuan to rely on? Don't be so pessimistic. Them. And Lin's face convulsed. Wang Xuanzhan was provoked by me once during the free-for-all battle. Will he really rely on me? As for Lu Qianhuan, I feel like she's even more unreliable than I am. The more Lin thought about it, the more pessimistic he became. He could already foresee the exchange conference. One of them would be a lazy bum, one would be playing with his phone, and the other would be leading his 2 useless teammates to fight bravely. Sigh, it must be very embarrassing. And Lin, I heard you've recovered. A delicate cry sounded from afar, and Lin looked up to see an extremely beautiful woman running toward him. Her pink and white sailor outfit fluttered in the wind. Beneath her shoulder-length pink hair was a pair of purple eyes that were as bright as jewels. She held a phone in her small, fair hand as she waved excitedly at Lin. And Lin, Sister Lu, what's the matter? And Lin braced himself and asked after Lu Qianhuan arrived in front of him. I'm here to do post-illness rehabilitation training with you. Lu Qianhuan replied in a straightforward manner. What kind of training? And Lin looked at the phone in her hand, and a sense of unease welled up in his heart. Sure enough, Lu Qianhuan raised her phone and waved it around. If you sleep in the hospital room for too long, your brain and body won't be as nimble. Playing games with me can help your brain become more agile and your body become more coordinated. But didn't I already play games with you many times when I was in the hospital room? And Lin thought back to when he was completely powerless and how he used his bandaged fingers to tap on the phone screen. Lu Qianhuan giggled at his words. I've already said that was pre-illness rehabilitation training. Now it's post-illness rehabilitation training. Saying this, she stuffed a phone into Lin's hand without another word. And Lin. Chapter 182. One morning, Yao Xiu woke up early and tied her long hair into 2 cute ponytails. She looked at herself in the mirror without any makeup, but her face was still delicate and beautiful. She nodded in satisfaction and walked out of the room while humming a tune. Today, she was going to practice Shui Qianqian's I seem to have seen you somewhere. After spending some time with her idol, she began to understand her idol's taste. She successfully switched from My Motherland to some popular songs. Yao Xiu walked on the bluestone path with light steps. If she wanted to practice singing, it would be better to practice in a place with a more beautiful environment. Just like that, she arrived at her usual spot and found an unfamiliar figure. A monk with delicate features, dressed in a kasaya, was sitting quietly on a boulder. Huh, it's a monk. Yao Xiu tilted her head slightly. In her memory, there was no such thing as a monk in the school. Suddenly, she came to a realization and her eyes lit up. That's right, the Tao Exchange Conference of the 4 Powers is about to begin. The Buddhist kingdom of the Western Paradise is also sending a representative. This monk should be the representative or a follower of the Buddhist kingdom. If that's the case, then he is the enemy of her idol. Yao Xiu's sense of responsibility as a fan was burning. She felt that it was time to help Lin scout out the enemy. The monk's eyes were tightly shut, as if he was thinking or meditating. I'll use a manual alarm first. Yao Xiao stroked her chin and made a decision. She walked to the monk's side and looked at the sky in the distance. She slowly began to sing. So happiness seems to be ignited wherever I go, just like when you were in the class next to mine. People buried their unspeakable love in the soil. They stood by and watched as others tried their best to distance themselves. I heard your voice and hit a heart that didn't dare to see. The clear voice and the pleasant tune made the monk frown slightly. Yao Xiao's delicate face lit up when she saw this. She continued to sing. You sit and fight, I'll sing my song. Finally, the monk opened his eyes and looked at the girl in green. There was no anger on his face. Instead, he put his palms together and bowed slightly. Then he walked away alone. Hey, monk, why are you leaving just like that? Yao Xiao couldn't help but say anxiously when she saw the monk leave without a second word. The monk looked at Yao Xiao in confusion and replied, Benefactor, I feel that meditating here will disturb your singing. That's why I chose to leave. Not at all, not at all. You can continue meditating here, Yao Xiao said with a smile. The corner of the monk's mouth twitched. What did she mean by she didn't disturb him? Did he really have to say that it was the female benefactor who disturbed his meditation that was why he chose to leave? Ah, by the way, may I know the name of this esteemed monk? Yao Xiao continued to make friendly conversation. The monk put his palms together and lowered his eyebrows. I don't deserve to be called an eminent monk. My Buddhist name is Qingji. Oh, hello, my name is Yao Xiao. With that, Yao Xiao generously extended her hand. Qingji stared blankly at the slender hand that was stretching toward him. His body also shrunk back a little as he said, I'm sorry. Master told me not to get close to women. Shaking hands means getting close to a woman? Yao Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. A faint blush appeared on Qingji's face as he averted his gaze. It wasn't that he hadn't seen beautiful women before. It was just that he had never had physical contact with another woman before, so he instinctively wanted to refuse. He had cultivated in the Lu stone forest for 20 years and had a pure heart. However, it was precisely because his heart was like a blank piece of paper that it was easily tainted by worldly desires. Yao Xiao came to her senses after being refused. She clasped her hands behind her back and looked Qingji up and down with interest. Qingji felt a little uncomfortable being stared at like this. He bowed slightly and said, Benefactor, if there's nothing else, this humble monk will be taking his leave. Wait, can I ask you, who are the representatives of your Buddhist kingdom? Yao Xiao asked with a fawning expression. Qingji only wanted to leave as soon as possible, so he immediately replied, It's this humble monk, junior brother Qingyan, and junior brother Qing Xan. Yao Xiao sucked in a deep breath upon hearing this. She stared at the handsome monk in front of her and exclaimed in shock, Are you serious? Qingji put his palms together and said seriously, A monk doesn't lie. Then what's your cultivation base like? Yao Xiao felt that Qingji was easier to talk to and continued to ask. A troubled expression appeared on Qingji's face. Yao Xiao smiled. I'll let you go if you tell me. Qingji immediately replied, I'm half-step soul formation stage, and my 2 junior brothers are spirit nurturing final stage. Yao Xiao nodded in satisfaction. It looked like her school was going to be in the bag again during this Tao exchange conference. Benefactor, this humble monk will be taking his leave. Qingji was just about to leave when a crisp voice sounded from behind him. Hey, Qingji! Qingji turned around. What is it? Don't keep calling me female benefactor. I have a name after all. From now on, just call me Miss Xiao. The woman in green smiled sweetly. Under the sunlight, her smile appeared especially beautiful and sweet. Miss Xiao? Qingji's heart stirred slightly as he looked at her. Mom, Yao Xiu nodded with a smile upon hearing Qing Ji's words. For some reason, Qing Ji's heart was no longer as calm as before. He became flustered and nodded at Yao Xiu. Then he immediately withdrew his gaze and walked away in a disheveled manner. Yao Xiu covered her mouth and chuckled lightly upon seeing the monk's actions. This monk looks so dumb. He's definitely no match for my idol. She had originally wanted to tease the monk a little, but seeing how obedient he was, she couldn't bring herself to continue teasing him and could only allow him to leave. All right, I won't practice my singing today. I have to tell senior brother and Lin about this as soon as possible so that he can be mentally prepared. Yao Xiu was a little excited as she walked down the mountain. She imagined how Lin would look at her after hearing this news. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. At the same time, a gigantic arc broke through the clouds and flew toward them from afar. The arc was light yellow in color and had a simple yet majestic feel to it. Wings of light that spanned over 1,000 feet flapped on either side of the arc. The entire arc was enveloped in a white glow and appeared ethereal and holy. From another direction, a silvery white disk also slowly flew toward them. Its outer shell was hard and had a metallic sheen to it. Lightning crackled around its underside. Those who didn't know better would think that it was some kind of mechanical object. However, it was actually a gigantic living creature. Within the disk, there were treants with roots all over their bodies, rock golems with flames emanating from their chests, and strange creatures that were plucking fruits from their bodies and savoring them with relish. They came from the creation realm and were prodigies of the Hall of Creation. These creatures looked up at the floating continent that had already appeared in their field of vision with excited expressions on their faces. The final winner of this Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers would definitely be them. Chapter 183. When Yao Xiu found Lin, and Lin's Zhuge had just been blasted to death by No. 7 Luban's nuclear bomb. The shock wave from the explosion had even destroyed the large crystal in the base, and Lin had lost the game again. While the two of them were having some free time, Yao Xiu told Lin everything she knew about the Buddhist kingdom's 3 representatives. Thank goodness there are no soul formation stage prodigies in the Buddhist kingdom, so I feel a little less pressured. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief and turned to Yao Xiu with a grateful expression. Sister Yao Xiu, you really did a great job this time. Yao Xiu's face instantly flushed with excitement after being praised by Lin. She was so excited that she almost suffocated. My God! God praised me! God praised me! Yao Xiu was intoxicated by her happiness, but Lu Qianhuan pursed her lips in disdain. I don't care if my opponent is a spirit nurturing stage or a soul formation stage cultivator. As long as he competes in League of Valor, I'll definitely win. And Lin grimaced upon hearing this. You're living in a dream, Lu Qianhuan thought to herself. For a cheat like her, who changed her character to Long Outyen every single time. If Lin could find a representative from another power to compete with her in this game, he would live stream himself eating *T. And Lin sighed with emotion for a moment before continuing to play League of Valor and League of Legends. Why did he play this game with Lu Qianhuan? It was a long story. He wasn't a masochist, but he discovered that playing this game really could train his thinking. Think about it. If your opponent is an enemy with extremely powerful natural resources, how can you mount a powerful counterattack when you're lacking in skills and techniques? This is a way to train your thinking to fight above your rank. In the game, you have to use your intelligent analysis and nimble hands to accumulate battle experience and train your thinking to fight above your rank. The valuable experience and thinking accumulated in the game can be transferred to the real world, allowing you to fight above your rank even in the cultivation world. Moreover, you can cultivate while playing the game and train your ability to multitask, which is also a great benefit. 2 hours are up. Here are the spirit stones. Lu Qianhuan realized that time was up, so she took out 1,000 spirit stones from her storage ring and handed them to Lin. and Lin accepted the spirit stones happily. Spirit stones were also part of the reason he had to pay for playing with her, Tycoon, and felt that if he spent his spirit stones so extravagantly, he would one day run out of spirit stones. Therefore, he also worked hard to create some income-generating projects. The Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers was starting in 2 days. As the organizer of the event, the United University of Cultivation had already given all of its students a break, and Lin conservatively estimated that if he played games with Lu Qianhuan for the next 2 days and didn't have much rest, he would be able to earn around 20,000 spirit stones. Even for some large cultivation clans, this reward was considered a very large sum of money. However, senior sister Lu didn't even blink and took it out, and Lin even suspected that her family owned a spirit mine. Otherwise, how could they have so much money for her to squander? Lin, Qianhuan Lin, Tian Qianhuan, lands Lin's qi. However, Lu Qianhuan Lin didn't give him a direct answer. Instead, she said that, for some reason, her relationship with her family wasn't very good. Apart from having a lot of money, she really didn't have anything else. So, Anlin Jr. brother, you have to play games with me more often. And Lin didn't believe her *T, and he couldn't be bothered to ask. He just wanted to be a sugar mommy. Just as he was playing the game, a loud explosion suddenly erupted in the distance. Huh? Is someone fighting? Isn't fighting prohibited in the university? And Lin looked toward the source of the explosion curiously and saw a black sword intent shooting into the sky. Sai, what's there to see? It's just a small fight. Let's continue playing. Lu Qianhuan's eyes lit up, and she killed Lin's character again while he was distracted. And Lin was still looking in the direction of the battle, and a familiar feeling welled up in his heart. Sister Lu, excuse me, I think there's someone I know over there. Saying this, he leaped onto his brick and flew toward the battle. Hey, this round isn't over yet. Lu Qianhuan stomped her foot angrily before flying behind Lin on her 6-feathered staff and yelling in a loud voice. Boom! The black sword intent slashed down, but it was dispersed by a rock golem whose chest was burning with flames. The power of the punch pierced through the sword intent and transformed into a gust of wind that crashed into the black-robed male, sending him flying through the air as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Humph! You dare to challenge me with this level of power? Spirit Nurturing Initial Stage is already this week. The Lin you speak of is about the same level as you. The rock golem looked disdainfully at the black-robed male, who had collapsed to the ground. Big brother, are you all right? A delicate and pretty girl in a green dress ran over and helped the black-robed male up. These two people were none other than Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu. Yao Mingxi clutched his chest and looked coldly at the rock golem before him. Hee, and Lin is about the same level as me? For someone like you, he doesn't even need to lift a finger to turn you into dregs. Humph! Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. The rock golem howled as it pounced toward Yao Mingxi again. Yao Mingxi pushed Yao Xiu aside. Facing the rock golem's overwhelming aura, he didn't retreat even half a step. Instead, he raised his sword and charged toward the rock golem. Big brother! Yao Xiu's eyes were bloodshot as she yelled. She knew that Yao Mingxi was putting on a strong front. If they continued to fight like this, Yao Mingxi would definitely be severely wounded. However, Yao Mingxi still charged forward without any regard for his own safety. If it wasn't for the fact that the rock golem knew that Lin was one of the representatives of the Celestial Court and had slandered Lin in public, Yao Mingxi wouldn't have fought so desperately. The other spectating students also gritted their teeth as they glared at the rock golem. Their cultivation bases were far inferior to the rock golems. Otherwise, they would definitely have beaten it up as well. Stop! And Lin flew over on his brick and immediately yelled when he saw the scene below. He discovered that Yao Mingxi was already in a very poor state. If they continued to fight, Yao Mingxi would definitely be severely wounded. Grow! The black brick continued to expand until it came crashing down toward the rock golem with the weight of Mount Tai. The rock golem immediately threw a punch at the descending black brick. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept out for over 100 feet. The ground seemed to be unable to withstand the force of the collision and began to cave in and crack open. Ah! The black brick didn't budge in the slightest, but the rock golem began to wail in agony. Its fist cracked as if it had struck something extremely hard. Senior Enlin. Yao Mingshi shuddered at the sight of Enlin descending from the sky. He stared blankly at the figure in front of him. Yao Xiao covered her mouth in surprise and elation. All the spectating students also cheered at the sudden arrival of Enlin as they looked at him with scorching eyes. Yao Mingshi, what's going on? Enlin turned toward the exhausted man with a curious expression. Fighting without permission was against the school rules. Yao Mingshi should be aware of this. Yao Mingshi glared at the rock golem in anger. After this idiot found out that you're a representative of the Celestial Court and that you're a spirit-nurturing initial stage cultivator, he said that the Celestial Court has no one else and chose a piece of trash. I just happened to hear this. So what's the point of wasting words? I'll just CK him up. And Lin grimaced. Fine, he finally understood. Sure enough, a foreign creature that didn't know the truth and a die-hard fan could cause intense sparks when they collided. This matter had arisen because of him, but it would be a bit difficult to resolve it. The rock golem pushed the black brick away and glared at Enlin. You're that piece of trash, Enlin. Enlin, fine. He's already been scolded to this extent. Enlin wasn't a clay bodhisattva. He decided to take the blame. I'm your dad, Enlin. Enlin grinned and drew his evil slaying sword. Chapter 184. You've got guts. Let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance. The rock golem roared, and his body pounced toward Enlin with boundless might. It was renowned for its explosive temper in the Hall of Creation. Now that someone dared to provoke it, it was going to teach them what pain was. Lu Qianhuan's eyes lit up when she saw the rock golem. Wow, what a perfect cosplay. Mo Fei, is that you? She couldn't help but want to unleash a combo attack on the rock golem. However, she was afraid that she would interrupt Enlin's flexing, so she resisted the urge. Although the rock golem was irascible and reckless, it was still a spirit-nurturing final stage cultivator. Its pouncing gave Enlin a lot of pressure. Enlin didn't dare to underestimate the rock golem, so he used his divine inspection technique and wind spirit from the get-go. The rock golem's rock punch tore through the air. Rings of wind revolved around Enlin's feet as he stepped lightly on the ground. He quickly turned his body, and the rock punch brushed past his shoulder. It was also at this moment that the evil slaying sword became enveloped in white streams of wind, like a pure white crescent moon. Enlin slashed toward the rock golem's arm. Boom! The seemingly indestructible rock arm collided with the evil slaying sword, and energy rippled outwards. The spectating students stumbled back as if they had been struck by a heavy blow. Immediately afterward, the rock arm began to crack and shatter. Boiling red lava seeped out from the cracks on the arm. The rock golem howled and stumbled back. You can actually injure me. It couldn't believe that a spirit-nurturing initial stage student could unleash such a terrifying sword technique. Enlin shook his sword in disappointment. The rock golem's skin and flesh were a bit thicker than he had expected, but it wasn't a big deal. At least he managed to injure it. Seeing Enlin injure the rock golem with a single strike, Yao Mingshi and Yao Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement. They felt like they had vented their frustrations, and they were extremely excited. The spectating students also began to cheer loudly. What Hall of Creation representative? It's all because of God and Sword. Godin still held back. Otherwise, he could have finished him off with a single finger. The important thing is communication. If he used his full strength right from the start, no one would be able to play with Godin anymore. and Lin had a calm expression as he listened to the discussions around him. But the stone man was both shocked and furious. Again, the stone man roared and charged at Lin again. This time, red flames erupted from its body and enveloped its surroundings. Its movement speed increased explosively once again, and even its aura became even more majestic. And Lin frowned slightly. He did not expect the stone man to have no intention of stopping after suffering a loss. "Stop!" A loud shout came from the sky again. A white flying sword descended from the sky and stabbed into the ground. A powerful wind pressure was released from the sword, causing the stone man who was rushing over to freeze. Looking at this familiar scene, and Lin's eyelids twitched. He recalled the scene when he fought against Liu Debao not long after he entered the university. As expected, a man in a blue robe descended from the sky. Then he flashed a token to everyone and said solemnly, "I'm a member of the university law enforcement team. Fighting on campus is an extremely vile act. Are the two of you the ones fighting?" The man in the blue robe turned toward Lin and the stone man as he spoke. His expression shifted when he saw the stone man, and his lips twitched when he saw Lin. F***CK. Why does it have to be him? This has nothing to do with senior student and Lin. I was the one who started this battle, and senior student and Lin was only fighting to protect me. Yao Mingxi yelled anxiously. He could not allow his idol to be implicated because of him. You can't capture Godin. This stone man was clearly the one who slandered him first. That's right, creatures like him should be taught a lesson. Yang Xian from Class 1, 4th year. I recognize you. If you dare to capture Godin, don't even think about pursuing Sister Qinwen. A beautiful girl yelled. The man in the blue robe by the name of Yang Xian felt a headache coming on as he looked at the enraged crowd. He knew that this would happen the moment he saw Lin. Sigh. If only Lin was still that backdoor entrant from before. Yang Xian sighed in his heart. On one hand, he owed Lin a favor, but on the other hand, he had to fulfill his duty. As a member of the university law enforcement team, he knew that he had to uphold his duty. After all, the fight between the two of them had already become a reality. As for the reason behind it, they could investigate further after they were arrested. Yang Xian turned toward Lin, as if to see what else he had to say, and Lin smiled faintly. This fight started because the stone man slandered me first, and I got into a fight because I didn't like it. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Yang Xian nodded and said in a clear voice, in accordance with the relevant regulations of the United University of Cultivation, the two of you are now under arrest. You will be sent to the campus detention room for 3 days. Why are you arresting Senior and Lin? If you want to arrest someone, then arrest me. I was the one who attacked first. Yao Mingxi yelled at Yang Xian with bloodshot eyes. Yang Xian turned a deaf ear to this as he silently cuffed Lin's hands. He knew that even if he arrested Yao Mingxi, Lin wouldn't be released, so it was better to feign ignorance and arrest one less person. And Lin also understood this. Rather than arresting both him and Yao Mingxi at the same time, it was better to let him bear the blame alone. It was only 3 days anyways. Wah. Big brother, who would have thought that Senior and Lin would do this for you? Yao Xiao was so moved that tears streamed down her face. She was completely touched by her idol's selflessness. Yao Mingxi's body trembled as he stared blankly at Lin's departing figure. How could he not know the reason behind Lin's actions? At this moment, he could only clench his fists and bury this regret and gratitude deep in his heart. The surrounding students were extremely indignant as they watched Lin's departing figure, but they also understood his choice. Yang Xian, just you wait. I'm going to tell Sister Qin what happened. You're done for. Yang Xian, who was escorting the rock golem and Lin away, stumbled and almost fell to the ground upon hearing this. His voice was soon drowned out by other voices of support. As expected of my idol, Lin is too reliable. Godin, we all support you. Good luck. You'll be a hero again when you come out. All of a sudden, all of the students applauded. The thunderous applause traveled into Lin's ears. And Lin turned to the rock golem beside him with a mocking smile. See that? What do you mean by losing a competition and losing a friend? Roar! The rock golem let loose an enraged roar and glowered at Lin, and the flames in its chest burned even brighter. And Lin shrugged triumphantly. He was very happy not only because he had crushed the rock golem in all aspects, but also because he was going to be detained for 3 days. The Tao Exchange Conference was going to be held in 2 days, and he was going to be detained for 3 days. This meant that if he had the chance, he wouldn't have to participate in that *T exchange conference. Awesome. At the same time, on a tree not far from them, a golden-eyed owl spat out a mouthful of saliva. Tui, Hongdo, that idiot. He really doesn't rest no matter where he goes. Don't make a big deal out of this. I have to hurry and report this to the Lion King. The owl stared the rock golem walking further and further away. It was both exasperated and furious. It shouldn't have let him out for a stroll in the first place. After strolling for a while, he ended up staying in the detention room. What the hell is this? With this thought, the owl sighed again and spread its wings before flying into the sky. Chapter 185. Within the detention room of the university. And Lin received a very sad piece of news, seeing as he and Hongdo were both representatives of different forces, they would only be detained for 2 days. After 2 days, he still had to participate in the Tao Exchange Conference. He sat on the ground dejectedly after receiving this news. He felt like he couldn't muster up any energy. Across from him, Hongdo cackled like a tractor. Cuckoo, when I get out of here, I'll be sure to teach you a lesson during the Tao Exchange Conference. Both of them were extremely powerful, so they were detained in different rooms. Otherwise, another battle would have ensued. And Lin couldn't be bothered with Hongdo's taunts. There was no point in arguing with him. After a while, and Lin's fans brought him all types of food. He gorged himself in front of Hongdo, and Hongdo could only look on helplessly. There was no food provided during the 2 days of detention, so he wouldn't starve to death anyway. This braised chicken wing is so delicious. It's fragrant and crispy, and the meat is delicious. This green barn mountain beef is also quite good. It's chewy and it's medium well. And Lin spoke as he ate, and the aroma of his food wafted through the detention room. Hongdo's eyes glowed like torches as he stared at the food around Lin. He swallowed before speaking in a rumbling voice. Do you think you can provoke me like this? My heart is as hard as a rock. And Lin shot a glance at Hongdo and chuckled coldly. Hard as a rock? You have the gall to say your heart is as hard as a rock? A scorching inferno erupted in Hongdo's chest upon hearing this. Who did you say would explode with a single spark? And Lin's lips twitched. F***CK. You don't have to be so cooperative. Are you a pig? Sigh. I can't believe I'm being detained because of an idiot like you. He shook his head and heaved a remorseful sigh. How dare you insult me? I'll beat you to death right now. Hongdo's eyes widened, and the rocks around his body began to crackle. Come and beat me then. If you don't, you're my son. If you do, you're my grandson. And Lin yawned as he looked at Hongdo with disdain. A thought suddenly occurred to him. If he fought again, he would be detained for a longer period of time. How dare you? Hongdo flared up upon being provoked like this. Scorching red flames burst forth from its body and melted the metal poles in its way as it made its way toward Lin like an ancient fiend celestial. Ha! Looks like you're planning to be my grandson. And Lin laughed triumphantly. Hongdo flared up upon hearing this. Of his voice was a loud of a roar. Lotus karmic flames. And Lin didn't back down either. He summoned lightning with his left hand and golden light with his right. Mountain quaking lightning fist. This was a simplified version of the nuclear lightning fist. It was a self-created immortal technique that did not contain the darkness of origin concept. Even so, its power was still extremely terrifying. A muscular man patted Yang Xian's shoulder and consoled him. Student Yang Xian, as the captain of the Academy Enforcement Team, you handled this matter very well. A well-built man patted Yang Xian's shoulder and comforted. Student Yang Xian, as the captain of the Campus Law Enforcement Team, you've handled this matter well. A well-built man patted Yang Xian's shoulder. Student Yang Xian, as the captain of the University Enforcement Team, you handled this matter very well. No matter who you are, you have to follow the rules on campus. I'm sure Student Qin understands this, so you don't need to worry. If Qin could understand, then he wouldn't have changed their plan to go out and admire the moon tonight into a plan to buy chicken drumsticks and deliver supper to Enlin. Let's go and see Enlin and Hongdo. Li Yong smiled and said to Yang Xian, I hope they'll realize their mistakes and bury the hatchet and get along with each other peacefully. Yang Xian nodded. They're both representatives of the four powers, so they definitely know what to do. Perhaps they'll become good friends after fighting in the detention room. As the two of them spoke, they smiled knowingly and started walking side by side towards a white building. That was where the detention room was located. Boom! Red flames soared into the sky and blasted the roof of the white building away. Golden lightning pierced through the sky like a sharp sword, causing the earth to tremble and a deafening explosion to ring out. The two of them stared blankly at the mushroom cloud in front of them with their mouths agape. They were unable to come to their senses for a long time. Department head, I feel like there's a very familiar energy in that explosion, Yang Xian stammered. It's not one familiar energy, it's two familiar energies, Li Yong corrected. Yang Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Are they going to tear down the detention room? Boom! Another violent explosion erupted and cracks began to appear around the building. Yes, they're tearing down the building. Li Yong nodded with a solemn expression, and Lin sat on a chair with his face covered in soot. His hair had been singed into curls by the flames. He looked nervously at the middle-aged man in front of him, unsure of what to do. Beside Lin, the rock golem wiped away the red lava flowing from its body and also looked around with a shameful expression. Standing in front of them was Vice Principal Yu Hua. Although there wasn't any anger on his face, there was an invisible pressure that made Lin and Hongdo feel uneasy. Come on, which one of you will speak first? Vice Principal Yu Hua asked in a cold voice. Hongdo was the one who attacked first, and Lin immediately replied. Hongdo's chest tightened upon hearing this. You insulted him first. A gentleman uses his tongue, not his fists. Haven't you heard of that? And Lin replied with a strong sense of righteousness. You. Hongdo's chest exploded with flames again, and he was struck by the urge to beat the crap out of the male next to him. He wasn't good with words, and he always lost to Lin when it came to verbal sparring. Now that he couldn't attack, he was extremely frustrated. Vice Principal Yu Hua massaged his brows. He felt like if he kept the two of them together, they might start fighting again. So he decided to separate them. Hongdo, return to your faction first. As for compensation, I'll discuss it with the Lion King, Yu Hua instructed. Yes. Hongdo nodded. And Lin, you go back as well, Yu Hua continued. And Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. You're letting us go just like that? Aren't you going to lock us up for a few more days? Yu Hua glared at him. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If you cause trouble for me again, I'll teach you a lesson. All of a sudden, Lin felt a suffocating aura wash over him. He immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at grains, and he had no intention of disobeying. Remember this, if you continue to fight, I'll immediately disqualify you from the Dao discussion. Yu Hua warned the two of them again. Hongdo nodded with a solemn expression, and Lin's eyes lit up, and he looked at Hongdo with a thoughtful expression. And you'll be fined 100,000 spirit stones. Yu Hua added, The light in Lynn's eyes dimmed. Chapter 186. In any case, Lin went back in a daze. He had fought 2 battles with Hong Do and was completely exhausted. He didn't have the energy to continue being Lu Qianhuan's mistress, so he went back to his room and slept. The next day, a group of people strolled around the campus, attracting countless gazes and creating quite a stir. All of them had smooth and delicate skin, blue eyes, long and pointy ears, and extremely handsome features. They even had beautiful white wings on their backs. Most importantly, they could even glow. A faint, holy glow emanated from their bodies, making them appear as if they were divine messengers blessed by the heavens. Countless students on the campus of Xiuxian United University turned their attention to this group of people as they discussed spiritedly among themselves. Wow, look at those guys, they're so handsome. The women are also beautiful. I feel like they're from an idol group. I've heard that the Light Wing clan of the Garden of Eden is blessed by the heavens. Looks like it's true. Just their looks alone are enough to make people envious. In contrast to the awe of the passers-by, these guests from the holy paradise had gentle expressions and behaved naturally. They only maintained a certain distance from others and didn't act arrogant to the point of rejecting others. Within a small building in the White Wing School District. Big brother and there's something good to see, woof. Dabai burst through the window and spoke excitedly. It's so early in the morning. Can you be a bit more gentle? And Lin complained with sleepy eyes. Big brother, and you're wrong, it's already noon. Dabai slapped Lin's face with his paw. And Lin was just about to say that he could sleep for the entire day if Dabai didn't come to disturb him. But a huge paw immediately flew toward him. Slap, slap, slap. And Lin was instantly enraged and jumped up. What's going on? A group of birdmen came. They're all beautiful, with big breasts and perky butts. Dabai gave him a knowing smile. And Lin. Thus he leaped onto Dabai's back and soared into the sky. A dozen or so members of the Lightwing clan were walking along the campus with relaxed expressions on their faces. However, they were walking in a fixed direction. August, do you think that Lin is really in the White Wing School District? A woman in a white robe asked in a clear and ethereal voice. The handsome man who was walking at the front nodded. He took out a piece of white paper. On it was Lin's detailed address and picture. If he is not at home, we will wait at his door. We will definitely be able to meet him today. Putting everything else aside, this Lin is quite pleasing to the eye. The woman looked at the photo on the paper and smiled. The students on the side of the road couldn't take their eyes off the girl when they saw her beautiful and pure smile. Surely, restrain yourself when the time comes. Don't be a love-struck fool, August said with an unchanged expression. Shirley pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She thought to herself, isn't this August a little too controlling? Even when he's looking at a man, he has to restrict him. Is there any law in the world? In the air, Dabai had an excited expression. Follow the scent. They are right in front of us, woof. And Lin grimaced. Should he praise Dabai for his sharp nose? Immediately afterward, they arrived above the group of Light Wing clan members and began to survey them. This is the Light Wing clan? My God, they really are glowing. And Lin exclaimed in surprise. That's not the point. The point is, don't you realize that their figures are all very good, woof? Dabai stuck out his tongue as he stared down at the group of women below him with his large, watery eyes. And Lin looked down at the women below him. Some of them were wearing light, white dresses, revealing their snow-white shoulders and sexy collarbones. Some of them were a little loose, and one could even see their snow-white breasts rippling violently. The man and dog both inhaled deeply and followed the Light Wing clan members in the air. August, the person riding the dog above us, seems to be following us, Shirley suddenly said. August nodded. I noticed that a long time ago. However, this is the territory of the Celestial Court, so they probably wouldn't dare to do anything rash. A faint blush appeared on Shirley's face, and she said in a soft voice, but I can't shake the feeling that they're already acting rashly. Their gazes are acting rashly, huh? August faltered for a moment before coming back to his senses and looking up. As soon as their gazes met, Dubai's face immediately twisted as he looked up at the clouds in the sky. And Lin also instantly withdrew his gaze and pretended to look around at the scenery in a natural manner. August. When the man and dog turned their gazes back down, and Lin suddenly felt that something was amiss, he asked curiously, "Dubai, why do I feel like someone's missing?" Dubai's eyes widened, and he stuck out his tongue in excitement. "No one's missing. Beautiful women with big breasts and perky buttocks. Not a single one is missing." "Oh," and Lin scratched his head. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from behind him. Dubai's body trembled, and he and Lin both turned around at the same time. They saw a man with a pair of white wings spread open, and a dazzling light erupted from his body. He clasped his hands together in the air, and a white light swirled like a vortex as an extremely terrifying energy converged. And Lin and Dubai were both extremely shocked upon seeing this. They knew that they were about to be screwed. "Big Brother Angel, this is a misunderstanding." And Lin yelled in an attempt to salvage the situation. The man chuckled coldly. "Divine punishment, white spinning heavenly pillar." The white vortex dissipated, and immediately afterward, a pillar of light descended from the sky with a boundless might. Boom! The powerful force collided head-on with Lin and Dubai. The pure energy contained within the pillar of light caused them to fall to the ground, and the ground beneath them even cracked and shattered. Woof, so scary! Dubai crawled up from the rubble and shook his body, and Lin also felt like his entire body was about to fall apart. He crawled up from the ground and dusted himself off before unleashing a light breeze technique to blow away the dust around him. After blowing away the dust, he found that he had been surrounded. All of the Light-Wing clan cultivators were gathered around him. All of their expressions were frosty, and some of them had even pulled out their weapons. "Do you have anything else to say?" A man walked out with a cold expression. Even though everyone knew what was going on, they still decided to give them a chance to repent. "This is all a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation." And Lin was surrounded by many powerful beings, but he still forced himself to calm down and speak in a calm voice. "Yang Xian, what's there to say? We're just carrying out official duties, so tell them not to interfere, woof." Dubai's expression became ferocious. "Yang Xian," and Lin faltered for a moment before coming to his senses, and he immediately praised Dubai. He clasped his hands behind his back as he spoke in a calm voice. "My name is Yang Xian, and I'm the captain of the University Enforcement Team." Seeing the expressions of some of the Light-Wing clan cultivators change, he continued, "This dog is my steed. I heard that all of you are going to walk around the university, and I was afraid that something might happen, so I specially patrolled the area. Please don't take offense. If I've disturbed any of you, I'll leave right away." Saying this, he mounted onto Dubai and waved at the Light-Wing clan cultivators in a friendly manner before preparing to leave. It had to be said that Lin's excuse was extremely perfect. Even though everyone had their suspicions, his identity as the captain of the enforcement team made it difficult for them to question him. Shirley blinked her bright eyes as she stared at Lin. He looked very familiar. August, who had just returned from attacking Lin, took out the piece of paper and compared it repeatedly. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "And Lin?" And Lin and Dubai both shuddered. "You're Lin, right?" August asked excitedly as he stood in front of them, and Lin's lips twitched as he looked at August. "Why do you say I'm Lin?" August raised the piece of paper vertically and faced it toward Lin. "Look, it's exactly the same." And Lin and Dubai shuddered again upon seeing the photo. It was exactly the same. This was King awkward. Chapter 187. The scene was abnormally silent, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. And Lin and Dubai were both extremely awkward. What else could they say when the exact same photo was placed before them? "Dubai, what do we do?" And Lin transmitted his voice anxiously. Big brother and I don't know. A harmless expression appeared on Debai's face as he said this. He looked around with a pitiful expression and continued to transmit his voice, but I'm not in any danger right now. You should be the one I'm most worried about. Have you ever seen a hero who carries out justice on behalf of the heavens? When he kills a horse-riding pervert, he kills the horse as well. And Lin's mouth gaped open, and he felt as if he had fallen into a glacier. Debai's words made so much sense that he couldn't refute them, which meant he was the one in the most danger right now. Right? You're in Lin, right? August pointed at the photo as he looked at Lin. Even though it was a question, the meaning behind his words was clear. And Lin looked around at the powerful angels around him and smiled apologetically. Yes, I am in Lin. Actually, I have my reasons for doing this. He was still trying to think of a way to save himself when August suddenly charged toward him. And Lin was startled upon seeing this. F***CK, he's going to beat me up before I even finished explaining. He was just about to say, "Don't hit me." August gripped both of his hands tightly. That's great. What a coincidence. We were just about to go look for you, August said excitedly. Huh. And Lin blinked, unable to come to his senses. He looked around to find that all the Lightwing clan members' expressions had softened, and some of them were even smiling at him. What was going on? What a coincidence. Say, did you need something from me? And Lin forced himself to remain calm as a calm smile appeared on his face. He just had to change the subject and forget everything that had just happened. August bowed respectfully toward Lin. I am August of the Lightwing clan. I received news that Lin was the one who killed the Dark Knight monarch of the Darkwing clan, so we came here to express our gratitude. Dark Knight monarch? Hearing this, Lin calmed himself down. He had a rough idea of what was going on and said, You don't have to thank me. She and I were enemies back then. A warm smile appeared on August's face. The Darkwing tribe and the Lightwing tribe are sworn enemies to begin with. Mr. Lin, you killed the Dark Knight monarch, one of the Darkwing tribe's 12 monarchs. To the Lightwing tribe, you've indirectly helped us eliminate a powerful enemy. Therefore, thanks and gifts are necessary. I hope fellow Taoist and Lin won't refuse. And Lin's heart skipped a beat. There's even a gift of thanks? Then it would be impolite to refuse. An awkward expression appeared on his face. August, you're too kind. Surely, August called out. A beautiful woman responded and came over. Her exquisite figure, paired with her angelic features, caused Lin and Debai's eyes to light up. Shirley's eyes also lit up when she saw Lin, and she stared intently at him. 7 points for looks, full points for power, and full points for heroic charisma. Huh. And Lin was rooted to the spot by Shirley's words. August's expression darkened, and he said angrily, Shirley, don't forget what we came here for. Oh. Shirley came to her senses and took out a blue egg that was half the height of a grown man from her storage ring. This egg is called an ice flame fairy dragon egg. It's an egg laid by a high-rank dragon of my tribe. After it hatches, it will give birth to a male fairy dragon with extremely high aptitude. It's a natural beast pet, and Lin's heart almost jumped out of his chest upon hearing this. A high-rank fairy dragon. Just a dragon egg was already extremely valuable. A high-rank dragon egg would be priceless. Come, Mr. Lin, this is a small token of appreciation from my tribe. It's a gift for you. Shirley handed the dragon egg to Lin with a smile, and Lin accepted the dragon egg excitedly. Thank you. How do I hatch this egg? Shirley smiled. You just need to place it under the sun every day and place a drop of blood essence on the top of the egg for it to absorb. Once the dragon egg hatches, it will automatically recognize you as its master. And Lin nodded and held the dragon egg carefully, afraid that it would bump into something. Why didn't he put the egg into his storage ring? It was because he wanted to hold it longer. In the end, and Lin exchanged a few more words with August, and the others before waving goodbye. After delivering Lin's present, August and the others continued to tour around the campus. Meanwhile, Lin rode Dubai back to his residence in high spirits. In the sky, Dubai sighed with emotion. We're really blessed today. Not only did we drive a lot of cars, we even earned an egg. Lin stroked the dragon egg with a smug expression. This is all thanks to your big brother and's brilliance. Within a small building in the White Wing School District, Xiao Hong, Dubai, and Xiao Chou were all gathered together as they carefully examined the fairy dragon egg. Wow! Once this egg hatches, it'll definitely be bigger than me. Xiao Hong wagged her bright red head as she spoke in a sweet voice, and Lin was a little speechless as he looked at Xiao Hong. Isn't that obvious? With your size, even a fertilized egg would be bigger than you. We're about to welcome a new member. What name should we give little brother? Woof! Dubai was a little excited. Xiao Chow's bulb-like eyes also lit up upon hearing Lin's words. However, his focus was on one thing. I'm going to be the big brother. I have a little brother. And Lin cleared his throat. I have an idea about the name. Xiao Hong face-bombed upon hearing this. Xiao Chou had a look of anticipation on his face. Dubai scratched his head. Since its egg is blue, why don't we call it Xiao Lan? Xiao Hong, Xiao Chou, Dubai. As the eldest disciple, Xiao Hong decisively stood up for Xiao Chou's rights. She was no longer the weak and easily bullied Xiao Hong of the past. She couldn't let the tragedy of Xiao Chou repeat itself. Xiao Hong sneered at Lin. Master. You named it according to its color again? Xiao Chou's fur is yellow, so why don't you just call him Xiao Huang? That way, Xiao Hong, Xiao Huang, Xiao Lan, and Dubai would all be color-based names. How nice would that sound? The mockery in her words was extremely obvious. She was dissatisfied with Lin's weird sense of aesthetics. Unexpectedly, Lin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that? Xiao Chou, you can change your name to Xiao Huang from now on. He pointed at Xiao Chou with excitement, and Lin came to a sudden realization. From now on, he would name his beast pets after their colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. These 7 beast pets would be the 7 bottle-gourd brothers. Xiao Chou's vision darkened upon hearing this. Dubai stumbled back in retreat, and Xiao Hong's expression was one of despair. It was as if it had withered after not photosynthesizing for a day. Time passed by quickly, and before he knew it, it was already noon. A member of the Light Wing clan came to Lin's residence to invite Lin to attend their luncheon. Lin had already accepted the dragon egg, so he wouldn't be too embarrassed to go. He thought about it for a moment before placing the spirit dragon egg on the windowsill to bask in the sun. He then brought Xiao Hong, Xiao Chou, and Dubai to the luncheon. The more people there were, the more imposing it would be. What if there wasn't anyone? Then he would use beasts instead. Thus, 1 human, 1 flower, and 2 beasts hurried to the luncheon. Time passed by slowly. An adorable girl in a green dress and a handsome man in a black robe appeared in front of Lin's house. Senior Lin has rested for the entire day. I don't think we'll be bothering him today, right? Yao Mingxi was a little uneasy. Brother, when did you become so shy? If you love me, just say it out loud. He finally got out of the detention room, so we have to give him our greatest love. Yao Xiu giggled. Yao Mingxi's face was a little red as he knocked on the door uneasily. After knocking for a long time, Yao Mingxi was a little disappointed. Is there no one? Yao Xiu's eyes lit up. Brother, look, there's an egg. This egg looks pretty good. I can tell it's not an ordinary egg. Brother, could this be Senior and Lin's dinner tonight? It's very likely. After all, Godin had just returned, and now he suddenly has an egg. This egg was probably used to nourish his body after he sustained some injuries from his battle with Hongdo. I'm very good at cooking. Brother, let's give Senior and Lin another surprise. All right, then it's all up to little Xiao. Chapter 188. Within the quaint ark, a series of sumptuous dishes were being served. The dishes of the Lightwing clan all contained extremely high amounts of energy, and each dish was a complete tonic. And Lin and the others ate quite a bit, and they soon felt their bodies heat up. At the same time, a sense of fullness spread throughout their bodies. Come, Shirley, let me toast to you. Thank you for the ice flame, fairy dragon egg. And Lin raised his cup with a grateful expression. Shirley pursed her lips into a smile and raised her cup to drink with Lin. Her beautiful eyes wandered over Lin's body, and no one knew what she was thinking. August walked over and warned in a low voice, Shirley, stop being so love-struck. We still have a Tao exchange tomorrow. Yes, yes, yes. You're so annoying. Shirley pursed her lips and continued, You can't beat Lin anyways, so what's the point of being so nervous? August, and Lin and Dabai had quite a good time during this luncheon. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, it was almost evening. After that, Lin left the ark and strolled along the campus path with Dabai. Big brother do you think we should send little brother to the mythological beast sect to cultivate for a period of time after he's born? Dabai suddenly asked, and Lin was slightly taken aback. He had never thought about this before. The ice flame fairy dragon had just been born, and even though it could recognize Lin as its master, Lin was at a loss as to how to nurture it. We can consider sending it to a beast cub park. And Lin nodded in agreement after thinking for a moment. Woof! Let me introduce a teacher to little brother. Dabai was excited again. He could already envision the scene of little brother growing up healthy and strong under his guidance. Since little brother is an ice flame fairy dragon, its element should be related to fire. I also have quite a bit of insight into fire, so perhaps I can teach it some knowledge related to fire. The clown's soul as a teacher was already burning. He could already imagine his fourth brother's future under his guidance. Then I'll be responsible for helping fourth brother learn how to photosynthesize. She could already envision her fourth brother growing taller and taller under the sunlight. And Lin, it's still too early to talk about this. Fourth brother still has a long way to go. Let's go back and see him first. And Lin felt that it was time to go back after walking for a long time. Dabai and the others also nodded their heads, the love and concern of an elder brother and elder sister arising spontaneously. Just like that, they walked to the door of the residence. It smells so good. Dabai sniffed the air with his nose, and saliva began to drip from his mouth. Why does it seem like it came from my pavilion? And Lin blinked his eyes in surprise. Xiao Chao's light bulb-like eyes lit up. Big brother your super fans must have prepared a sumptuous dinner for you inside, right? And Lin came to his senses. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu could indeed give him such a pleasant surprise. With this in mind, he couldn't help but smile. They're really thoughtful. He was quite happy that his fans would occasionally do such heartwarming things. Right at this moment, Little Red's bright red head poked out. Where's little brother? Little Red's words brought everyone back to their senses, and they all turned to look at the windowsill. There was no one there. Where's little brother? And Lin, Dabai, and Xiao Cho all fell silent. They were even starting to feel a little afraid to breathe. Dabai walked over to the door and accidentally breathed in. It smells like eggs, and Lin's hands froze on the doorknob, and his entire body began to tremble. The door opened. A rich fragrance wafted toward them, intoxicating them. However, everyone found it a little difficult to breathe. Surprise! Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu cheered in unison, welcoming the return of their idol with smiles on their faces. Senior and Lin, we've prepared a delicious dinner for you. Come and have a taste. Yao Xiu hooked her arms around Lin's and pulled him to the front of the table. Then she excitedly said, This is egg white lotus root. This is egg glazed lobster. This is egg fried rice. This is golden egg yolk frisbee. This is Senior and Lin. These are all egg feast dishes made by Xiao and myself. What do you think? Yao Xiao's adorable face was filled with anticipation, and she looked as if she was waiting for Enlin to praise her. Enlin's face was flushed as he looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table, and he was almost out of breath. Yao Mingxi thought that Enlin was too touched, so he affectionately patted him on the shoulder. It's just a little something from us siblings. Don't worry. If you like it, we'll make it for you every day. Can I ask, where did all these eggs come from? Enlin's lips trembled as he pointed at the egg dishes on the table. Oh, these eggs are made from the huge egg you left on the windowsill, Senior Enlin. Good eggs are nourishing, but they can only be fully utilized through proper cooking. Yao Xiao was brimming with pride as she spoke. She pointed at a corner of the room. Wait, this thing can also be used to make soup to supplement calcium. And Lin, Dabai, Xiao Chou, and Xiao Hong all looked toward the direction Yao Xiao was pointing at. And Lin's vision darkened, and he almost fainted. He felt as if his heart had split open. Dabai and Xiao Chou both shuddered as tears welled up in their eyes. Xiao Hong's vibrant red petals were dripping with dew as she sobbed softly. My fourth brother. Xiao Chou knelt to the ground with lifeless eyes. Fourth brother, you died such a tragic death. Dabai was about to go crazy as he wailed in anguish, and Lin trembled as he walked toward the corner of the room. He knelt down in front of the eggshell. The huge blue eggshell had already been reduced to pieces. He picked up a piece of the eggshell with trembling fingers. Xiaolon, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. It's all my fault that I didn't hide you properly. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely heavy. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiao were also given a fright by everyone's reactions. An extremely terrifying thought welled up in Yao Mingxi's mind. He asked nervously, The fourth brother you're referring to is... And Lin held the shattered eggshell in his hands as he looked at Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiao. This is the remains of our fourth brother. I wanted to incubate him, but you... Boom! Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiao were rooted to the spot as if they had been struck by lightning. They weren't idiots, and Lin's reaction and Enlin's words allowed them to completely understand what had happened. My God, what did I do? Yao Xiao's body trembled violently as she stared at her own hands. She was the one who tore apart Enlin's fourth brother. She even steamed, fried, roasted, and braised it. In the end, she even wanted to make soup out of his fourth brother's shell. Yao Mingxi's eyes were completely blank as his mind went blank. They killed their idol's fourth brother? They even cooked it for their idol to eat? Ha 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 ha. Tears streamed down Yao Mingxi's face, and he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He had already realized just how heinous of a sin he had committed. Senior and Lin, don't blame my sister. I was too stupid. Let me take responsibility for all of this. Yao Mingxi pulled out his long sword and prepared to slash it across his own neck in order to atone for his sins with death. Big brother, don't. Yao Xiao wailed in grief. Whoosh! A burst of energy struck Yao Mingxi's long sword and knocked it aside. Senior and Lin. Yao Mingxi's voice trembled as he looked at Enlin. The one who had intervened was none other than the grief-stricken Enlin. And Lin didn't say anything. Instead, he silently picked up all of the eggshells and placed them on the kitchen counter. He looked at Yao Xiao and said in an indifferent voice, Aren't you going to make soup? Hurry up and come over. This soup might need to be boiled for a long time before the taste comes out. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiao were dumbstruck as they stood rooted to the spot. Xiao Hong's body trembled slightly. Dabai's legs gave out from under him, and Xiao Chow's eyes widened in shock as they stared at Enlin. Had Big Brother gone insane? Chapter 189. Enlin? Yao Xiao asked in a hesitant manner. Yes, I'm not crazy. Hurry up and cook this egg into soup. Didn't you say it's good for calcium? Don't waste it. And Lin nodded with an indifferent expression. Is he really not crazy? Dabai and Xiao Chao's mouths twitched. Yao Xiao tiptoed toward Enlin like a frightened and guilty kitten. She looked at Enlin with a hint of fear in her eyes. She stretched out her hands with an uncertain expression. Are you really going to use this to cook soup? Enlin nodded with an earnest expression before placing the eggshell in front of her. Yao Xiao. Clang, clang, clang. Crack, crack, crack. The kitchen became busy again. Soon, Yao Xiao lit the fire and began to cook her little brother's eggshell. Everyone sat around the table. All of the dishes on the table exuded an alluring aroma. On one hand, Yao Xiao's cooking skills were very good. On the other hand, their little brother's egg yolk and white were extremely fragrant. Dabai emerged from his sorrowful state and stared intently at the various delicacies on the table. He had an extremely sensitive sense of smell and couldn't help but gulp after coming into contact with all of these delicious dishes. Everyone, hurry up and eat. Don't waste, little brothers, sacrifice. And Lin raised his chopsticks and spoke first. Xiao Chou, Xiao Hong, Dabai, the Yao siblings, and Lin ignored everyone's expressions. He had already thought things through. Rather than being depressed and unable to recover, it was better to open his heart and accept everything Little Blue had to offer. He picked up the egg yolk lobster first. The lobster's shell had already been peeled off by Yao Xiao. The white and tender lobster meat was covered in a layer of fragrant egg yolk. It looked golden and delicious, and an extremely alluring aroma wafted through the air. And Lin placed the lobster meat into his mouth. The delicious flavor stimulated his taste buds and made his entire body tremble. He chewed carefully and mumbled, "Delicious!" Dabai also picked up his chopsticks after seeing Enlin begin to eat. He picked up the egg yolk roll closest to him. To be honest, he couldn't hold it in any longer, but a sense of sorrow and guilt kept suppressing him, preventing him from making any moves. When the egg yolk roll entered his mouth, he couldn't describe how delicious it was. He only knew that it was really too delicious. Xiao Hong transformed into her stunning human form and exchanged a glance with the clown before picking up her chopsticks as well. If their master wanted to eat, they had to accompany him. When the egg white lotus root entered his mouth, it was fragrant, crispy, and smooth, making him unable to stop eating. Yao Xiao wiped her reddened eyes, bit her lower lip, picked up her chopsticks, and picked up the food on the table with trembling hands. Seeing this, Yao Mingxi also relaxed and started eating as well. Not only was the fairy dragon egg extremely delicious, but the energy it contained was no less than a low-grade celestial fruit. It could be said that while enjoying the delicacy, one's cultivation would also increase to a certain extent. And Lin sniffled as tears flowed down his cheeks. Xiaolon, I'll never forget you. Your taste, your touch, and the energy flowing through my body are all my motivation. Dabai woofed upon hearing Enlin's words, but his chopsticks didn't stop moving. Little brother, I hope that there's no killing and buying in the other world. The clown and Lil, Red, were also crying, their tears dripping down their cheeks. I finally got to be the third brother, who would have thought? Sigh, rest in peace, little brother. The clown picked up a golden egg yolk frisbee with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth as he wept. Because the fairy dragon of Ice Flame was of the fire element, not only did the clown's cultivation rank increase after eating it, even his black flame stats also improved slightly. Xiao Hong placed a piece of egg white snow lotus root into her mouth, upon which she was struck by an extremely refreshing aroma. She felt as if she had arrived at an immortal realm, and her entire body began to feel extremely comfortable. Wah! There's no one who can continue my photosynthesis. Wah! She wept as she chewed on the egg white lotus root. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiao also wept as they ate. They were extremely remorseful for having done such a terrible thing. This banquet was extremely strange. The atmosphere was extremely sad, and almost everyone was shedding tears. However, their chopsticks never stopped moving. Instead, they continued to reminisce about the past as they ate the dishes on the table. This was because the dishes on the table, they were simply too delicious. They couldn't stop eating. After finishing the plate of thousand-layer egg and pork ribs, Dubai raised the plate with his paw and licked the leftovers off the plate with his tongue. These are all precious treasures left to us by our younger brother. We can't waste them. Woof! He said eloquently. Everyone, just like that, everyone finished all the dishes on the table in a miserable atmosphere. Even the bucket of egg-fried rice was cleaned up. Yao Xiao brought out the soup made by little brother Yu's eggshell. Everyone drank the delicious soup, and tears began to flow uncontrollably from their eyes. Yao Xiao, Yao Mingxi, you two don't need to blame yourselves. The main reason is that I didn't take care of little brother's safety. And Lin drank a mouthful of the delicious soup and felt his entire body full of vitality. Now that we've eaten little brother will live with us. Everyone's spirits rose upon hearing this, and they also echoed, little brother will live with us. And Lin raised his bowl and shouted, let's drink this bowl of little brother's soup. Everyone looked at each other and raised their bowls. Cheers! Gulp, gulp! After finishing the soup, Dubai also chewed the eggshell at the bottom of the pot and swallowed it. It was a calcium supplement. Soon, the last delicacy left behind by little brother was completely devoured by Enlin and the others. Burp! Dubai accidentally burped. Then he blushed and looked away. In reality, everyone had to admit that little brother was really delicious. The dinner was quite full, and everyone sat down on their chairs and sighed. Even though Enlin said he didn't mind, Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiao still felt extremely guilty and wanted to cry again. They had never seen such a tolerant and considerate person. To have such an idol was truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. On the contrary, Dubai, Xiao Chou, and Little Red had already recovered. Although they were still sad, they had accepted reality. And Lin rubbed his stomach and said with a solemn expression, I hope everyone will remember this day. Today is the anniversary of Little Lan's death. Don't forget it. Everyone nodded in unison. This night was destined to be unforgettable, whether it was the heart-wrenching memories or the endless aftertaste of the delicious food. They would never forget what happened today. On this night, the galaxy shone brightly and the moon hung high in the sky. A faint fragrance still lingered in the small pavilion, but some things had already disappeared. As everyone reminisced, something that belonged to the Western Dragon tribe slowly flew into the sky from the pavilion and landed somewhere. Chapter 190. Early in the morning, rainbow-colored streamers danced in the air above Xiaoxian United University. On the blue sky plaza, which could accommodate close to 100,000 people, hundreds of flowers bloomed and tall trees swayed in the wind. On the trees, the words, welcome, friends from all over the world were hung. 50,000 students began to gather on the plaza. In addition, the representatives and attendants of the younger generation from the Buddhist kingdom, Hall of Creation, and Garden of Eden had also arrived. There were several thousand people in total, and Lin was in a particularly good mood today. He didn't know if it was because of the meal he had the day before, but he felt as if his entire body was brimming with energy. The Tao Exchange Conference of the 4 Powers hadn't officially begun yet. He, Lu Qianhuan, and Wang Xuanzhan, as the representatives of the Celestial Court, were chatting idly beside the Tao Exchange platform. The representatives of the younger generation from the Buddhist kingdom, Qing Ji, Qing Yan, and Qing Xan, sat quietly beside the Tao Exchange platform with their eyes closed. Shirley, August, and Arthur from the Garden of Eden bathed in holy light and smiled at the crowd on the blue sky plaza. The 3 of them were good-looking to begin with. Now that their smiles were filled with natural friendliness, they instantly attracted countless fans. From time to time, Shirley would glance at Enlin with an ambiguous expression. The blue ring on her finger flickered with a peculiar light. The most detestable of them all was none other than the young representatives from the Hall of Creation. Hongdo was a thick and burly rock golem. There was a ball of flames on his chest, and his eyes were crimson red with bloodlust. It was clear that he looked like a big boss antagonist. Dong Yen was a large swallow that was even taller than the little swallow in Princess Pearl. Her wings glowed with a cold light and waves of frosty air exuded from her body. She appeared cold and emotionless. Huang Shan was slightly more handsome. He looked like a human with a glossy golden body that glowed with a metallic luster. Golden lightning flashed in his eyes. The attendants of the Hall of Creation were also a strange species. They looked like a group of highly intelligent monsters that had come to discuss the Tao. Not only were the students uninterested, but even the thousands of attendants of the Hall of Creation were also picking their noses and hitting dodo. They didn't have the slightest bit of enthusiasm. And Lin, are you going to use your full strength later? If you're serious, I'll just stand off to the side and not disturb you, Wang Xuanzhan said earnestly as he looked at Enlin. The corner of Enlin's mouth twitched. What do you mean by using your full strength? My full strength is only SOO. I'm only a student of the spirit-nurturing initial stage, he replied solemnly. An understanding expression appeared on Wang Xuanzhan's face when he heard this. All right, since classmate Enlin doesn't really want to fight, then I'll do my best to show off my meager skills. Enlin didn't know what to say. He just smiled and remained silent. Don't worry, with Senior Wang holding the fort, we just need to lay down and win. Lu Qianhuan elbowed Enlin with a smile. Why don't we have a round before the Tao discussion begins? Enlin was shocked when he heard this. He shook his head and said, Senior Sister Lu, this game depends on the occasion. There are tens of thousands of people watching us. TCH, tens of thousands of people and you're already so cowardly? Lu Qianhuan looked at Enlin with disdain before picking up her phone and playing a single-player game. Enlin sighed lightly. The representatives of the other powers were either sucking in fans like celebrities or sitting quietly like sages. They all had the demeanor of a sage. Meanwhile, the representatives of the celestial court could only rely on Enlin's good looks to keep up appearances. Lu Qianhuan was also very beautiful, but she was only looking at her phone screen. She was like a playful little girl, completely unable to raise the level of her beauty. As for Wang Xuanzhan, he wasn't as domineering as the representatives of the Hall of Creation. In terms of looks, he couldn't compare to Enlin either. Instead, he was the most ordinary of them all. Of course, it would be different when the Tao discussion began and he revealed his abilities. Vice Principal Yuhua of the Celestial Court, the Lion King of the Hall of Creation, Vanessa of the Garden of Eden, and Huiming of the Buddhist Kingdom sat at the very front of the spectator stands. Aside from that, in the VIP section, there was a delicate and beautiful celestial maiden in a plain Taoist robe. She looked as if she had just walked out from an ink painting, and her eyes were fixed on Enlin. The woman murmured in a low voice, but her voice was extremely firm. Enlin, this time, I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson. Enlin, who was bored to death, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around to find the rock golem with flames burning in his chest grinning at him. Their eyes met, and Hong Do even puffed out his chest, making the flames on his chest glow even brighter. And Lin, right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Welcome, everyone from the Garden of Eden, the Buddhist Kingdom, and the Hall of Creation to participate in the Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers that is held once every 5 years. We will sit here and discuss Tao and witness the glory of the younger generation of the Four Powers. As the host, Vice Principal Yuhua was the first to give a speech. Immediately afterward, the leaders of the other 3 powers, Huiming, the Lion King, and Vanessa, also gave simple speeches. These were all official pleasantries, and everyone listened to them casually. No matter how nice it was to say that the younger generation of the 4 powers were all cowards in the end, that was completely useless. Hence, the most important thing was still the performance of the younger generation of the 4 powers. And Lin felt like this was a bit similar to the Olympic Games on Earth. The major powers were replaced with countries, and they were like athletes on the field, fighting for the glory of their country. The competition was divided into 5 sections, which were spell, Tao, intent, life, and seas. Each section had different scores, and the team that obtained the most points would not only receive very generous rewards, but they would also be able to fight for the glory of their power and become renowned across the entire continent. And Lin didn't want to participate in this kind of Tao exchange conference because he had no confidence in himself and was afraid that he would be a burden. Furthermore, if he made a fool of himself, not only would he be humiliated in the university, but he would also be humiliated beyond the kingdom of the 9 states. Soon, the speeches concluded, and the Tao exchange conference began. The first section of the competition was spell, which was actually a competition to see how well a cultivator could use spell techniques. Bodhisattva Hui Ming walked toward the stage and took out a huge black stone tablet from his Buddhist beads. It was 100 feet wide and over 1,000 feet tall, and it stood on the stage with a loud rumble. This is the spell technique testing stone tablet. It can determine the level of a cultivator's spell techniques, and it is divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. The content of this competition is to ask the younger generation of the 4 powers to demonstrate the power of their spell techniques in front of the stone tablet. You will receive 1 point from the yellow rank initial stage and 12 points from the heaven rank advanced stage. Bodhisattva Hui Ming's words reverberated throughout the entire Blue Sky Plaza. This rule was very simple. The cultivators would have to demonstrate their most powerful spell techniques in order to determine their education and aptitude. And Lin looked at the huge black stone tablet, which was a bit like the red crystal wall of the Vermilion Bird sect. However, this stone tablet was able to assess a wider range of spell techniques. He nodded slightly upon seeing this. He felt like it was best to pass this test with peace of mind. After all, he had a trump card on him. Now, let the spell technique demonstration begin. Chapter 191. The first to take the field was the young representative from the Garden of Eden, Shirley, August, and Arthur. And Lin was quite familiar with these 3. After all, he had lunch with them the day before and had interacted with them. Arthur was a spirit-nurturing final stage cultivator. He took out a silver longbow, and the vital energy between heaven and earth surged violently to form a golden arrow that shot forth. Boom! The arrow struck the stone tablet and exploded. The explosion of energy caused the earth to tremble. Fortunately, the spell formation suppressed the shock wave and weakened it. When the shock wave reached Lin and the others, they only felt a gust of wind. The black stone tablet didn't budge in the slightest after being struck by the shock wave. Instead, it displayed a number, Earth rank elementary. Arthur, 7 points. Bodhisattva, Hui Ming announced. The next person was Shirley, who was going to show off her spells. She closed her eyes slightly, as if she was a beautiful maiden receiving a gift from the heavens. Immediately afterward, a white light appeared around her and swirled around her like a gentle breeze. This was the embryonic form of a domain. Balls of light imbued with powerful vitality appeared in her hands and floated toward the black stone tablet before fusing into it. The stone tablet trembled and the number appeared again. Earth rank advanced. Shirley, 9 points. Bodhisattva, Hui Ming announced. Finally, it was August's turn. He was able to defeat Enlin and Dabai with a single strike, so he was a powerful cultivator of the soul formation stage, like Wang Xuanzhan. This time, he unleashed the same divine punishment, white spinning heavenly pillar. However, he didn't hold back this time. White, holy light descended from the sky and crashed into the black stone tablet, creating a blinding explosion. Even with the protection of the spell formation, the competition platform still cracked open under the devastating might of the pillar of light. Terrifying energy radiated outward, and Enlin was standing quite a distance away from the pillar of light, but he was still forced back a couple of steps by the shockwave. Heaven rank, elementary. August, 10 points. This time, the tens of thousands of spectators couldn't help but let out cries of surprise. The Garden of Eden was the first to take the field, and their performance was very impressive. They had a total of 26 points, putting a lot of pressure on the other 3 teams. After that, it was time for the representatives from the Hall of Creation. Hongdou, Dongyan, and Huangshan received 7, 8, and 9 points respectively, for a total of 24 points. As expected, Hongdou, who was locked in a stalemate with Enlin, was the weakest. This made Enlin very anxious. The representative team from the Buddhist kingdom also took the stage. Qing Ji, Qing Yan, and Qing Xian obtained 9, 8, and 8 points respectively, for a total of 25 points. The scores of the 3 teams were very close, with Garden of Eden in the lead for now. It was time for the representatives of the Celestial Court, Enlin and his team. Enlin looked toward the other teams to discover Hongdou smiling smugly at him. It was as if he was saying, "So what if I got 7 points? You're at the bottom anyway, so I won't be embarrassed." Damn, is this the contempt of a bad student? For some reason, Enlin's chest tightened at the sight of Hongdou's face. Wang Xuanzhan was the first to take the stage. He possessed the bloodline of the dragon tribe and was extremely proficient in lightning spell techniques. His lightning dragon domain was like the rumbling of 10,000 bolts of lightning, instantly stunning the entire audience. In the end, his thigh received a heaven rank initial stage evaluation, the same as August. Wang Xuanzhan pursed his lips, seemingly dissatisfied with this kind of score. However, he still walked back to Enlin's side. Next, it was Lu Qianhuan's turn. She was the second student on the heaven roll of the university, a woman who possessed both beauty and strength. It was rumored that she had already reached the half-step soul formation stage. As long as Lu Qianhuan performed well, Enlin would be able to relax a lot. But for some reason, Enlin just couldn't help but feel worried about Sister Lu. Hee, it's finally my turn to perform. Lu Qianhuan walked forward with a smile. Her purple eyes were like twinkling stars, appearing extremely vivid and captivating. Lu Qianhuan's appearance on the stage drew cheers from the tens of thousands of male students in the plaza. She looked at the black stone monument before her and took a deep breath. Then she extended her palms and pointed them toward the stone monument from afar. The 6-feathered staff hovered in front of her and rotated rapidly, accumulating a terrifying amount of energy. "Eat this! Final spark!" A crisp sound rang out as energy gushed forth from the staff, forming a pink pillar of light. Like a laser cannon, the pillar of light crashed into the black stone monument. Boom! The pillar of energy exploded with extreme heat, causing gale-force winds to howl. Enlin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. The power of this attack was indeed terrifying, so he had a 90% chance of winning. A number began to appear on the black stone monument. Earth, rank, initial stage. Bodhisattva, Hui Ming spoke again. Lu Qianhuan, 70%. W8, what? Only 70%. Enlin's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only him, but the tens of thousands of spectators on the plaza were also momentarily dazed. Then they all began to raise a commotion. "I don't accept this. Why is it only 70%? My final spark is invincible, so it should at least be 11%. Lu Qianhuan also raised her brows and questioned Hui Ming loudly. Hui Ming's face convulsed slightly. He put his palms together and explained calmly, "Although Benefactor Lu's spell technique is powerful, it only has the form. It's like a deliberate imitation of something. There's only the shell, but there's no intent, realm, or comprehension." His voice wasn't loud, but the tens of thousands of spectators could clearly hear his explanation. There were return to void stage mighty figures spectating. So if there was an error in their judgment, these people would definitely point it out on the spot. The students weren't stupid. After hearing his explanation, they quickly calmed down. However, they couldn't help but look a little disappointed. Lu Qianhuan pouted and muttered under her breath as she walked back to Enlin's side. As she walked, she berated the world for its lack of taste and its inability to appreciate beauty. The celestial court had won 10 points and won 7 points respectively. It felt like they had started anticlimactic, especially the Hall of Creation. They had initially thought that their total score was going to be at the bottom, but who would have thought that the second student of the celestial court, a half-step soul formation stage cultivator, would only get a score of 7 points. They instantly felt like they were in the bag. Hongdo chuckled. And Lin is at most tied with me. He'll either get a score of 7 or a score of 6 points in the spell technique examination. The tens of thousands of students on the plaza also felt like they were in the bag. 10 plus 7 plus 12, that's a total of 29 points. He can't even get 30 points. How embarrassing. It's fine as long as he gets first place. If he performs too well, the other 3 powers won't want to play with us anymore. That's true. Godin should try to be a little more perverted this time and get around 10 points. That'll make the competition more interesting. It was now on Lin's turn to take the stage. The entire plaza instantly erupted into raucous cheers. This was a treatment that none of the previous contestants had received. Hongdo was startled by the cheers. What's going on? Why isn't Lin so popular? The representatives of the Hall of Creation were all strange species and had almost no interaction with the students. Thus, they didn't know just how soul-stirring the legend of Enlin was. Enlin instantly felt a mountain of pressure upon hearing the cheers. Although he was thick-skinned, he was still someone who cared about his reputation. He really didn't want to disappoint everyone. Even Hongdo and Arthur, who performed slightly worse than the others, were all top-notch prodigies of their respective powers, so the spell techniques they used would definitely not be inferior. He estimated that the mountain-quaking fist would only get him around 5 points. If he used the mountain-quaking lightning fist, well, it would probably get him around 6 to 7 points. That was completely at the bottom of the rankings. As for the 6 strikes of the war god, even though the flowing wind technique was profound, it wasn't powerful enough. Drawing on the power of the evil slaying sword, there was no way that it would be recorded in the spell technique evaluation, so he couldn't use it either. The only thing he could use seemed to be that ultimate weapon. As long as he was careful, he should be fine. And Lin took a deep breath and made up his mind. He made his way over to Wang Xuanzhan and said, "Senior Wang, I'm going to use ultimate weapon later. I hope you can be by my side to protect me." Wang Xuanzhan faltered slightly upon hearing this. "You're going to use your true strength." "No. If you're going to use your true strength, there's no need for me to protect you." "You're right. I'm still of the spirit nurturing initial stage. However, when I use this spell technique, even I'm afraid of myself. That's why I want to ask you to protect me from the shockwaves," and Lin said with a serious expression. For some reason, Wang Xuanzhan felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at Enlin's sincere expression. He didn't dare to agree. "Wow. Enlin, are you going to use your ultimate technique?" "I'll protect you too. I'll use my prismatic barrier." Lu Qianhuan also joined in excitedly upon hearing this. Wang Xuanzhan grimaced. Lu Qianhuan had already joined in, so he couldn't back down. Thus, he also gritted his teeth and agreed. Just like that, and Lin walked toward the black stone monument under everyone's expectant gazes. This time, he was going to turn the tide. Chapter 192. And Lin was about to make his move, and the spectators all stared at him with fervent gazes. Yao Mingxi, Yao Xiao, and the others all clenched their fists and cheered for their idol in their hearts. In the VIP stands, a woman in a plain Taoist robe twirled her hair around her temples as she looked at the man on the stage with interest. "How many points do you guys think Big Brother and will get this time?" a delicate and pretty short-haired woman asked. The one who spoke was none other than the veteran member of Enlin's team, Miao Tian. "How about we make a bet? I bet 100 spirit stones that Big Brother and will get 12 points. Zhong Yongyan waved his fan and spoke calmly. "I also bet that Big Brother and will get 12 points," Luo's zipping chimed in. 12 points plus 1, the big-breasted beauty's son, Xinglian added. Sigh. Miao Tian shook her head and sighed. Looks like we can't make this bet anymore. Right at this moment, and Lin had already determined the distance between him and the black spell technique testing monument, from the moment of the punch to the moment of explosion, as well as the moment of explosion. It was best to trigger the explosion at the exact moment of contact with the monument. All of this required meticulous calculation. He recalled that terrifying day over and over again. Finally, he found the right distance and stood silently in place. And Lin took a deep breath and looked toward the two people beside him. My safety is in your hands now. Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qianhuan nodded solemnly and prepared their defensive spell techniques. The spectators were all a little curious. They didn't understand why the two of them wanted to follow along. However, when they saw Lin draw lightning with his left hand and golden light explode from his right fist, some of them came to a realization. In particular, the dozen or so second-year students from Class 1. They recalled the terror of being dominated by the rising mushroom cloud during their immortal spells class. Dioscoria Kenkenjensis's beard trembled and his eyes widened. Do I really have to use that move? He muttered to himself. Su Xiaolan didn't know whether to be worried or angry upon seeing this. She glared at Lin. He's courting death again. Hong Do scratched his head in confusion. Wasn't this the mountain-quaking lightning fist that he had used against it? It was at most a 7 out of 10. Why did the others have such high expectations of Lin? The blue lightning in the air began to slowly attach itself to Lin's right fist, turning into golden lightning. Beads of sweat began to appear on Lin's forehead. The concept of darkness of primordial origin began to fuse with the spell technique. The concept of encompassing and annihilating all things began to transform the spell technique. The violent golden lightning began to be pulled away by the black threads, and it slowly quietened down. A suffocating might began to spread out. Inexplicably, all the spectators felt their hearts palpitate. Yuhua, Huiming, the Lion King, Vanessa, and all the other returned to void stage mighty figures were all staring intently at Lin's right fist. Nuclear lightning fist. Following Lin's roar, a golden fist that was intertwined with golden lightning burst forth from it. Lu Qianhuan's six-feathered staff glowed with a brilliant light, creating a pink barrier around Lin and the others. Wang Xuanzhan was astonished by the suffocating power radiating from the fist, and he also immediately set up a water ball barrier around the three of them. Just as the golden fist was about to come into contact with the stone monument, black threads began to blossom within the fist like a lotus flower. The threads were imbued with annihilation and violence, and they tugged at the fist like thin threads, causing it to shrink in size for a split second. Everything fell completely silent. Boom! An extremely powerful explosion erupted, and an earth-shattering boom reverberated through the air. The earth tremored, and even with the protection of the spell formation, the golden light still pulverized the ground. The lightning swept forth in all directions with an aura of annihilation, annihilating everything it came into contact with. Lu Qianhuan and Wang Xuanzhan were the closest to the explosion, and they both shuddered at the sight of the vast and violent energy. A chill ran down their spines, and they wanted to yell, "Holy F*** CK! Why is it so terrifying?" The energy crashed into the pink barrier, and it cracked open like a spider web. In less than a second, it completely shattered. It continued onward, crashing into the water ball barrier, and the barrier began to tremor violently. After enduring for 3 seconds, the heat from the energy evaporated the barrier, and the 3 people within the barrier were sent flying. Another small mushroom cloud of lightning rose up from the ground, and the powerful shockwave knocked many of the students to the ground. The return to void stage mighty figures managed to suppress this energy in time, so there were no casualties. However, the 3 people closest to the stone monument, Hongdo's red eyes widened, and he stared at the mushroom cloud right before him. He could feel the terrifying energy radiating from it, and his mouth gaped open in disbelief. This is an immortal spell unleashed by Enlin. If Enlin had unleashed this technique against him, he would probably be nothing more than a speck of dust on the ground by now. The other spectators in the arena also gasped in shock. They had high hopes for Enlin, but when they saw the mushroom cloud of lightning, they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This immortal spell was so terrifying. Bodhisattva Hui Ming waved a hand, and a boundless golden light enshrouded heaven and earth, instantly dispelling the dust in the air. The black stone monument was still trembling, and it began to glow. Heaven rank intermediate. And Lin 11 points. Everyone faltered upon hearing this. They were clearly a little surprised by this result. Such a terrifying immortal spell wasn't a heaven rank advanced stage? Bodhisattva Hui Ming nodded upon seeing this result. This immortal spell is top-notch in terms of power and intent realm, but the energy within it is very chaotic and it's extremely unstable during usage. There's still a lot of room for improvement. Everyone came to a realization upon hearing Hui Ming's words, and they all turned their attention back to the person on the platform. In any case, Enlin managed to turn the tide at the last moment, and the Celestial Court took first place in the spell technique competition. As expected of Godin, he's able to tell the difference just by making a move. Back when he was still a backdoor entrant, I was already a fan of him. Now that I've seen him grow into a prodigy who has brought glory to our school, I can't help but sigh with emotion. A male student spoke with a weary expression. Ah, Senior Enlin, I want to bear your children. Some of the female students who had heard of Enlin's legend instantly began to yell in excitement. God, and is the hero of our school. Speaking of which, didn't he say that he couldn't self-detonate for now? Why is he able to do it now? He didn't self-detonate, and he's still at the spirit-nurturing initial stage. Look, he's still lying on the ground. A student turned toward the ground with a scorching light in his eyes. In reality, many of the students had already turned their attention to the main character of this competition. They were waiting for the main character to stand up again, and then they would cheer for him with raucous cheers. The woman in the VIP stands chuckled lightly as her beautiful eyes lit up. I have to say, he's still as surprising as ever. It's just that his target has changed this time, and he's not trying to harm me. On the competition platform, the representatives from the other three powers all grimaced at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. Vice Principal Yu Hua's body flashed, and he appeared beside Enlin and the others. His chest constricted, and he felt as if his liver was throbbing. Lu Qianhuan was lying on the ground, riddled with injuries, and she was using a healing spell technique on herself while kicking Enlin aside. Wang Xuanzhan was sprawled out on the ground with his face ashen, and there was still blood seeping from the corners of his mouth as tears welled up in his eyes. An expression of remorse appeared on his face, and he couldn't hide it no matter what. What kind of F** king lunatic am I helping? Why did I have to die? As for Enlin, he was paralyzed by the explosion, and he lay motionless like a piece of salted fish. He had completely fainted. Chapter 193. A deathly silence ensued as everyone stared at the three people lying on the competition platform. Two of them had collapsed to the ground from injuries, and one of them had fainted on the spot. Could it be that the representatives of the Celestial Court had all been wiped out? It was no wonder that everyone was dumbstruck. They had never encountered a situation like this before. Only the woman in the white robe in the VIP seating area was gloating. In any case, he was always screwing people over. He was screwing her over before, but now he was finally seeing Enlin screw over his teammates. She felt quite satisfied. She seemed to have forgotten that the purpose of her visit was to cheer on the representatives of the Celestial Court. Wah! I'm so touched. Who would have thought that Godin would go so far for the sake of victory? A female student burst into tears as she buried her face in her hands. Although Senior and Lin has fallen, his glory will never be forgotten in my heart. Who would have thought that this competition would be so brutal? First place wasn't easy to come by. All 3 of our core members have fallen. What are we going to do next? Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly among themselves, Bodhisattva Huiming had already unleashed a healing technique on the 3 people on the ground. Vice Principal Yuhua looked up at the sky with a dejected expression. What the F***CK was going on? How could 3 people be crippled in a spell technique competition? He had hosted so many Tao exchange conferences, but this was the first time he had seen something like this. Vice Principal Yuhua massaged his brows with a headache. Spell, Tao, intent, life, and C's had only progressed to the first one. What were they going to do about the other 4? Wang Xuanzhan, who had recovered from some of his injuries, stood up shakily with disheveled hair. Principal, I can still fight. Lu Qianhuan didn't get up from the ground. Instead, she pulled out her phone with a cold expression on her beautiful face. Principal, I'm not playing anymore, she said softly. This competition is too dangerous. You should find someone else. And Lin was also lying on the ground like a dead fish, bathing in the healing light of the Buddha. Vice Principal Yuhua. Fine, the representatives of the Celestial Court were most likely crippled. The representatives of the other 3 forces also looked at the 3 people lying on the ground with complicated expressions. Should he be happy? They were ranked first in the spell casting competition with a total score of 28 points. Could he be happy? Should I be sad? Looking at the 3 representatives in front of them who were almost dead, they felt that they still had a chance. They didn't feel sad, but instead felt a little relieved later on. After a discussion between the higher-ups of the 4 forces, they decided to let the 3 injured people recuperate in the morning and postpone the competition until the afternoon. At noon, and Lin woke up and found Wang Xuanzhan sitting on a chair, looking at him with a resentful expression. Before he could say anything, Lu Qianhuan's dainty fists flew through the air, almost causing him to froth at the mouth again. After being lectured, and Lin finally had the chance to ask about what happened after that. He knew that he had obtained 11 points in the end. After completing the great reversal, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. However, he immediately realized a very serious problem. Why are we here? He looked at the white walls around him and the bed that was emitting a faint healing aura. We're recuperating here. Lu Qianhuan rolled her eyes at Lin. Thanks to you, the Tao Exchange Conference has been postponed to the afternoon. And Lin, all right, he had underestimated the power of the nuclear lightning fist. Who would have thought that even with Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qianhuan's combined strength, they were still unable to completely withstand that terrifying explosion. However, it was also because of their help that the impact of the explosion was minimized. Thus, Lin expressed his sincere gratitude and apologies to the 2 of them. The afternoon soon arrived. Blue Sky Plaza was once again filled with people. The representatives of the Celestial Court attracted the attention of the majority of the people. After this period of treatment, Wang Xuanzhan was basically fine aside from some internal injuries. Lu Qianhuan's slender arms were wrapped in a few bandages that were imbued with spirit medicine, making her look a little pitiful. And Lin was in a much more miserable state. Even his handsome face was wrapped in white bandages, making him look like the representatives of the Hall of Creation. However, this did not affect his popularity in the slightest. As soon as he walked out, screams and cheers erupted from the crowd. Vice Principal Yuhua cleared his throat upon seeing this. Since everyone is here, let us begin the second segment of the Tao Exchange Conference. Tao. There is no such thing as superiority or inferiority on the path of Tao. Everyone here has their own Tao that they adhere to. The path of Tao is a long one. To a certain extent, one's adherence to one's Tao determines how far one can go. Thus, the main focus of this Tao Exchange Conference is to test one's Tao heart. His storage ring flashed as he said this, and a huge crystal screen appeared in the air. Yu Hua made a series of hand seals, and a blue gate suddenly appeared on the competition stage. This is the passageway to the Starry Maze. The representatives of the four powers will enter this gate and arrive at the mystic realm, the Starry Maze. This Starry Maze is also known as the path of self-examination. With every step you take, something that will shake your Tao heart will appear. There are a total of 99 steps. Everyone will receive 1 points for every extra step they take. This rule was not difficult, but Enlin was a little scared. Path of self-examination? Was it a test of one's Tao heart? Speaking of which, did someone who cheated all the way here really have something like a Tao heart? He thought about it, but he still could not figure out what Tao he was pursuing. Some people wanted to become the most outstanding pill refinement master in the world. Some people wanted to become a peerless sword immortal. And some people wanted to kill their enemies. In short, the stronger one's goal was, the more determined one's Tao heart would be. Did a person like him really have a Tao heart? The more Enlin thought about it, the more pessimistic he became. It's over. This competition is over. The crystal screen lit up, and the image of the Starry Maze mystic realm began to appear. It was a large starry sea lake, and the pitch-black sky was filled with stars that shone with different colors. The lake reflected the stars in the sky, making the entire space feel as if it was in the middle of a starry sky, appearing dreamy and beautiful. A pumice stone path snaked into the depths of the lake, and there were specks of starlight at the end. Many students were attracted by this scene, and they all looked toward the crystal screen with amazement. It's so beautiful. This kind of scenery is really intoxicating. I even have the urge to explore the Starry Maze myself. I don't care about my Tao heart. I only care about the scenery. Then you have to work hard. You should at least make it into the top 3 of the Immortal Rankings board. Sigh. As expected, without strength, even this kind of thing is a luxury. It's not impossible. Look at Godin. When he first came in, he was only of the Zeroth stage Tao body, but now he's unbelievably powerful. Although senior student in Lin's story is inspirational, it can't be replicated. While the students were still discussing among themselves, the Tao exchange had officially begun. Chapter 194. The first to enter the mystic realm was the Buddhist kingdom representative. Qing Yan stepped into the blue spatial gate. The Starry Maze path was a maze with every step. Generally speaking, the higher one's cultivation base was, the more thorough their understanding of Tao and the more resolute their Tao hearts would be. However, this also varied from person to person. Some people might possess extremely fearsome Tao hearts at a young age, so there were many uncertainties in this competition. Qing Yan put his palms together and walked along the floating stone path. Through the crystal screen, Enlin and the others could see that Qing Yan would pause for a moment with every step he took, and every time he took another step, it would be extremely difficult. After walking for a while, beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead, and he closed his eyes as he chanted Buddhist scriptures in a low voice. His footsteps became slower and slower until his body trembled uncontrollably, but he was unable to take another step. Drops of sweat fell onto the surface of the lake, creating ripples that distorted the stars in the sky. 5 minutes later, a burst of white light caused his body to slowly disappear, and he reappeared on the competition platform. Thump! Qing Yan's face was flushed red as he collapsed to his knees, as if he had just experienced a battle between heaven and earth. Qing Yan, 56 steps, 5. 6 points, Celestial Immortal Yu, Hua announced. Immediately afterward, it was Qing Xian's turn to enter the mystic realm. He was slightly worse than Qing Yan. He only walked 51 steps in total and got 1 points. Finally, it was the handsome Qing Ji's turn. His appearance caused everyone's attention to waver slightly. Qing Ji was the Buddhist kingdom's top representative. Apparently, he had cultivated in the Luli Stone Forest for 20 years and possessed an extremely stable Tao heart. Sure enough, After entering the mystic realm, he walked forward step by step. Although his speed wasn't fast, each of his steps was extremely stable, as if nothing in the mist could impede his footsteps. On his 50th step, Qingji saw a green figure on the small hill. Her clear, singing voice drifted into his heart as a faint smile appeared on her adorable features as she extended a hand toward him. Qingji didn't think that he would see her in the star maze map, and his heart involuntarily trembled. Don't keep calling me female benefactor. I have a name. From now on, just call me Lady Xiao. His eyes became slightly dazed. Lady Xiao? Boom! It was as if a clap of thunder had exploded in his heart. His entire body trembled, and his gaze pierced through the illusion like a sharp sword, returning to the star lake once more. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. A rare expression of fear appeared on Qingji's face, but his Dao heart was still stable. He took another step forward, but each step was extremely difficult. In the end, he stopped at his 67th step. Qingji, 67 steps, 6. 7 minutes. Vice Principal Yu, Hua announced the score again. Qing Xian and Yan were a little surprised. Qingji's Taoist heart was famous even in the Buddhist kingdom. They thought that senior martial brother would be able to walk at least 70 to 80 steps, but he only managed to walk a little over 60. The Buddhist kingdom's representative ended up with a score of 17. Won in this competition. The kingdom Buddhist Ji came. The Qing hall was shocked. Ji the Qing and Qing. Hong Dao and Qing, the sect Ji Dao, Ji sect Dao Yang Qing was Ling Wang Yan Dao. When Hong Dao emerged from the mystic realm, he was greeted by the sight of Enlin clutching his stomach as he guffawed. Enlin immediately gave Hong Dao a thumbs up. Rock Golem Hong Dao is the best in the world. Hong Dao's eyes widened, and he almost spat out a mouthful of lava. However, he didn't have the guts to do so. There was no helping it, and Lin had nuclear deterrence. The Garden of Eden representatives were next. Their results were average, and they received a total of 16. 2 points. August, who had the highest cultivation base, took 63 steps. He was slightly weaker than Qingji, but it was still a good result. Time passed by quickly, and it was time for the representatives of the Celestial Court to take the stage. After some discussion, they decided to follow the order of Wang Xuanzhan, Lu Qianhuan, and Enlin. In Wang Xuanzhan's words, Enlin was an extremely unstable factor. If he went first, he would put a lot of pressure on his teammates. If he wanted to cause any trouble, he would have to wait until the end. Enlin's lips twitched, and he was at a loss for words. I'll get off to a good start. Wang Xuanzhan waved confidently at the 2 people behind him and walked into the blue gate like a hero. Enlin looked at his senior, hoping that he would return as a hero. Then, what obstacles will I encounter? Wang Xuanzhan appeared in the mystic realm with a confident smile on his face. Money, women, hunger, disease, winter, sea of flames. All of the obstacles were overcome by Wang Xuanzhan. His footsteps were steady, and he walked along the floating stone path. His speed was almost on par with Qingji's, if not faster, and Lin's eyes lit up upon seeing this. He didn't think that Wang Xuanzhan's Dao heart would be so stable. He was definitely going to ride on his coattails. At the 46th step, Wang Xuanzhan's footsteps faltered slightly. He saw Enlin, and Lin's right hand glowed with golden lightning, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Senior Wang, eat my nuclear lightning fist. Following that, a golden fist that blotted out the sky came crashing down with terrifying power. Wang Xuanzhan's face convulsed as he stared at the illusionary realm. Never would he have thought that something like this could King disrupt his Dao heart. However, he wasn't going to be scared by this. Break. He continued to walk forward in a steady manner, piercing through all illusions. At the 60th step, Wang Xuanzhan saw a handsome youth who turned to leave after taking a glance at him. Chin Chin. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately tried to chase after that figure. All of a sudden, his heart convulsed, and he stopped in his tracks. No, I can't go. Cold sweat poured down Wang Xuanzhan's face, and his breathing accelerated. He almost failed just then. This had always been a knot in his heart. Even after reaching the soul formation stage, he still couldn't get over it. He continued to walk forward, but every step seemed to require an enormous amount of strength. All of the students clenched their fists as they stared at the figure on the crystal screen. 62 steps. 63 steps. Soon he's almost catching up to Qingji. When Wang Xuanzhan reached the 68th step, all of the students erupted into raucous cheers. This was already the highest individual score in the trial of Tao. Sometimes it was still something worth celebrating to be able to impress everyone with one's brilliance. This meant that the top prodigies of their school weren't inferior to any of the other powers. Wang Xuanzhan was still walking forward. He stopped at the 70th step, and his pupils contracted. He saw Enlin again. This time, Enlin extended a finger toward him, and boundless terror swept through his entire body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The scene that he didn't want to recall was forcibly presented to him. In the face of this despairing power, his expression became sluggish, and his eyes also began to glaze over. Finger of the heavenly Tao! In the face of this finger, Wang Xuanzhan couldn't move anymore. 5 minutes later, his body transformed into a streak of white light, and he was teleported out of the mystic realm. Wang Xuanzhan, 70 steps, 7 points. Vice Principal Yu Hua announced. This was the highest score in the entire trial, and all of the students on the plaza erupted into raucous cheers. Wang Xuanzhan wiped the sweat from his forehead, and he raised his head to see that extremely familiar face again. And Lin ran over excitedly. As expected of senior brother Wang Xuanzhan, you actually managed to take 70 steps. Wang Xuanzhan's lips twitched, and he squeezed out a smile. It's all thanks to Anlin Jr. brother. Ha, thanks to me? And Lin didn't understand the hidden meaning behind Wang Xuanzhan's words, and he blinked with a blank expression. Wang Xuanzhan didn't want to talk to Enlin, and he turned to Lu Qianhuan. Lu Qianhuan, it's your turn. Good luck. Lu Qianhuan giggled and straightened her slender waist with a smug expression. Senior student Wang has already made a good start. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 195. Lu Qianhuan twirled her 6-feathered staff and casually walked into the blue gate. And Lin stared at Lu Qianhuan with anticipation in his eyes. She was already at the half-step soul formation stage. If she could walk over 60 steps, then he would only need to be slightly stronger than Hongdou to clinch first place in this competition. Lu Qianhuan was immediately stunned by the beautiful scenery within the starry maze path. My God, are these stars real? She unleashed a final spark into the sky as she spoke. A white pillar of energy tore through the night sky like a sharp sword. Boom! As the energy exploded, a layer of invisible ripples appeared in the starry river in the sky, spreading out like a ripple. Vice Principal Yu Hua grimaced, and he immediately transmitted his voice. Student Lu, please take the test seriously and don't damage public property. Lu Qianhuan was startled by the sudden voice. Then she stuck out her tongue playfully and began to stride forward. The further one went on the floating stone path, the more obstacles there were. All of the representatives walked forward expressionlessly, and the spectators on the plaza all began to chat among themselves. Hey, look at the crystal screen. Sister Lu looks like she's having more and more trouble walking. What the F***CK? Is she getting more and more relaxed as she walks? The point is, she's only taken about a dozen steps, and it looks like she can't move anymore. No way! Some of the students who weren't paying attention to the crystal screen all turned their eyes toward the sky above the competition platform. On the starry maze path, Lu Qianhuan was already drenched in sweat, and her expression was one of struggle. Ah, this game is so fun. I want to play this game too. Don't delete it, Wah. Lu Qianhuan's slender body swayed as she walked forward. What? I confiscated my phone? Her starry purple eyes suddenly lost all color, and all she could see was a boundless desert. There was nothing to play with. She was dumbstruck, and tears began to flow from the corners of her eyes as she stood rooted to the spot. 5 minutes later, Lu Qianhuan returned, and the entire plaza fell silent. Wah. And Lin, this mystic realm is too cruel. There's nothing inside. It's so lonely, so boring. Please comfort me. She used her slender hands to wipe her tears as she complained to Enlin. And Lin stood rooted to the ground, unable to utter a single word. Lu Qianhuan, 16 steps 1. 6 minutes. Vice Principal Yu Hua suppressed his urge to break down and read out Lu Qianhuan's score in a loud voice. How King embarrassing. The higher-ups of the school also averted their gazes, unable to bear to watch. The tens of thousands of students present were filled with disbelief. 16 steps? This was too terrifying. Wang Xuanzhan, on the other hand, felt like he was suffocating and his face was flushed red. He felt like the empire he had worked so hard to conquer had been eaten by a dog. Do you guys think I'm a useless teammate? Lu Qianhuan sobbed as she looked at the two people before her. Useless teammates. And Lin came to a realization. He had always been worried that he would be the one to drag the celestial court down and embarrass himself on stage. From the looks of it now, Lu Qianhuan had completely stolen his position away from him. She was last in the spell techniques competition, and now she was also last in the Dao Heart competition. Lu Qianhuan was sobbing like a pear blossom in the rain. She would be lying if she said she didn't feel guilty. She also wanted to clear the name of the young sorceress in front of the tens of thousands of spectators and the four powers. However, her efforts were met with such a pitiful outcome. Sister Lu, hold on, we can win. And Lin didn't say out loud the words, that's right, you're a useless teammate. Instead, he consoled her in a gentle voice. Lu Qianhuan faltered slightly upon hearing this familiar line. She raised her head slightly to find that Enlin was looking at her with an encouraging expression, and he wasn't angry in the slightest. Enlin, you don't blame me anymore. Enlin flicked a finger toward the woman's forehead. Ow, what are you doing? Lu Qianhuan clasped her forehead with a blush on her face as she looked at Enlin. You screwed over your teammate, and you still hope that your teammate won't blame you? You're far too naive. And Lin chuckled lightly before continuing. But that's all right. I'll help you turn the tables. He walked toward the blue gate as he spoke. Lu Qianhuan pursed her lips and stared blankly at the figure walking through the spatial gate. Wang Xuanzhan also raised his head to look at Enlin, and hope reignited in his heart. He knew that Enlin was someone who could create miracles. If he unleashed his power, perhaps he really could change the outcome. Only then would his efforts not be in vain. All the students present were also aware of this, and they all stared at Enlin with anticipation in their eyes. Even the mighty figures from the four powers were on high alert. They had initially thought that Enlin's supernatural power couldn't be used at will. However, the nuclear lightning fist proved to them that even though Enlin was only of the spirit-nurturing initial stage, he could still achieve results that were beyond their expectations. Enlin walked through the blue gate, and after a rush of dizziness, he appeared under a starry sky. His surroundings were very quiet, and the starry sky lit up the darkness. The stars gathered to form a river of stars that shimmered with dreamy colors. The surface of the lake reflected the starry sky, and it was as if he had been transported into a boundless, beautiful starry sky. And Lin was entranced by this starry sky, and he only came to his senses after a long time. What a breathtaking scene! He pulled out his phone from his storage ring and took a few pictures of this starry sky. Then he took a few selfies. 20 megapixels of soft light dual camera, illuminating your beauty. Wang Xuanzhan. Everyone staring at the crystal screen. Lu Qianhuan let out a sigh of relief and slapped her own head. She was a little regretful that she had forgotten to take a picture. After taking a few pictures, Lin stowed his phone into his storage ring and continued onward with satisfaction. It should be quite easy at the beginning, so he wasn't very nervous. He had only taken a single step on the floating stone path when heaven and earth suddenly began to tremble, and his vision changed. Boundless terror began to overwhelm his entire body, and Lin was horrified, and he didn't understand what kind of illusionary realm this was. This was only the first step, and it was already this bad asterisk assess. How was he going to continue onward? Boundless pain instantly invaded his entire body, as if it was trying to tear him apart. This was an indescribable pain that transcended beyond the physical, mental, and spiritual pain. He wanted to roar, but he was unable to make a sound. A voice crashed into his mind, using the power of the entire tribe to steal the fortune of heaven and earth. And Lin's body was being torn to shreds. To put it more accurately, his very existence was being torn to shreds on the blue sky plaza. Everyone stared blankly at Lin on the screen. Why isn't senior student Lin moving? Could it be that he's trapped? Are you kidding me? This is only the first step, and it wouldn't be a problem for anyone to go up. If God is trapped here, I'll eat sh*t on the spot. Then why is he just standing there? No one knew how to answer this question. They could only stare silently at the man on the screen with confusion etched on their faces. 5 minutes later, light flashed, and Lin returned to the competition platform. He had extricated himself from the illusionary realm and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. His mind was a complete mess, and it was clear that he had yet to recover from the intense battle he had just experienced. Silence. Deathly silence. The tens of thousands of spectators maintained their silence, and it was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. That's right, they were all dumbstruck. Regardless of whether it was the students or the return to void stage mighty figures, all of them stared blankly at the man who was panting heavily. Everyone, Lu Qianhuan, that touching phrase of "I'll help you turn the tables" was still reverberating in her ears. However, she understood now. If she was the scammer in the game, then Lin was the AFK, and Lin, 1 step, 0.1 minute. Celestial Immortal Yu Hua announced the results with a broken expression, and his voice reverberated throughout the entire plaza. This was no longer a matter of humiliation. This was like smearing sh*t on his face. Wang Xuanzhan's vision darkened upon hearing the results, and he almost fainted on the spot. Why did he work so hard to get first place? It was all so that his teammates wouldn't feel so much pressure, so that they would have an easier time getting first place. In the end, he got first place, and then one of his teammates got 6 points, and the other teammate got 0. 1 point. Wang Xuanzhan was a big man, but there were tears in his eyes and his lips trembled. After a long while, he finally spat out a few words. sh*t. sh*t teammates. Chapter 196. And Lin finally came to his senses upon hearing the words. And Lin, 0.1. He looked at the dumbfounded crowd around him and scratched his head. sh*t teammate. Wang Xuanzhan's voice of grief, despair, helplessness, and resentment sounded beside him. And Lin was also a little dumbstruck. How could this be? The mystic realm was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. This didn't make sense at all. He looked at Vice Principal Yu Hua with a pitiable expression. Principal, I feel like there's something fishy going on here. Vice Principal Yu Hua shook his head and sighed with a helpless expression. The starry maze was a mystic realm beyond the heavens, and even returned to void stage celestial immortals were unable to decipher its mysteries. And Lin's score was very difficult to accept. Even Yu Hua himself didn't believe that Lin couldn't even take a single step forward. However, this was already a foregone conclusion. They couldn't figure out the why on their own, so their scores could only be determined by the results. The Celestial Court's Tao competition had a total score of 8. 7 points, placing them in last place. This was an extremely tragic result. Some students were already secretly wiping away tears, and many people were still unable to accept this reality. Impossible! How could my God and not even be able to take a single step forward? Could this be because he's not feeling well? This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make sense. I suspect that this is the after effect of the explosion from the spell technique competition. Wah! Is he going to be crippled for the sake of the Celestial Court? I'm more curious about where the person who said God and will eat sh*t if he's trapped by the first step went. Do you even have a conscience? Why are you still concerned about this? All of the spectating students discussed spiritedly among themselves. All of the people from the other 3 powers were also looking at Enlin with peculiar expressions, as if they were looking at a freak. He almost got full marks in the magic competition, but he almost got 0 in the Tao competition. Did it have to be so exciting? Hong Do chortled with glee as he gave Enlin a thumbs up. Enlin's Tao heart is number 1 in this world. Enlin's lips twitched. Never would he have thought that he would be mocked one day, and by a weakling like Hong Do no less. There were a total of 5 segments in the competition. Spell Tao will life and seize. Even though their total score was at the bottom, they could still rely on the last 3 segments to pull up their score. They had not lost yet, and Lin clenched his fists. He planned to fight to the end and wipe away his shame. Wang Xuanzhan, Lu Qianhuan, you too, what's wrong with you too? He turned toward his 2 team members, and his expression turned pale with fright. The 2 of them were lying on the ground, staring blankly at the white clouds floating in the sky, motionless. Don't bother me. I'm just a failure. I'm the weakest representative of the Celestial Court, the weakest among all magical girls. Lu Qianhuan spoke with an expression of despair. Don't bother me. Just let me lie here like this. So what if we got first place? We still lost in the end. So what if we try our best? We're still at the bottom. To be honest, this is fate. Wang Xuanzhan suddenly came to a realization as he looked up at the clouds in the sky. That's right. There were some things that you couldn't achieve no matter how hard you tried. This was fate, and Lin was dumbstruck upon seeing this. There was only one thought in his mind. It's over. The 2 of them have already lost their will to fight. If a team didn't even have the will to fight, then what was the point of fighting? No, he had to reignite their will to fight. Lu Qianhuan, what is it? What do you think when you're playing a game against the wind? Surrender, of course. And Lin's lips twitched. F***CK. Why is the script so wrong? He yelled. Wrong. When you're facing the wind, you should be thinking about how to turn the tables. Believe me, with our hard work, we'll definitely be able to turn the tables around perfectly. The person who said that to me last time successfully got 0. 1 points. Lu Qianhuan wrinkled her delicate nose and muttered to herself. And Lin felt as if a knife had been stabbed into his heart when he heard this. His will to fight was almost extinguished by this sentence. Lu Qianhuan let it go for now and turned to look at Wang Xuanzhan. Senior Wang, you're the head representative of the Celestial Court. Is it really okay for you to be so dispirited? So what if you have high will to fight? Even if you get first place in the individual competition, there's still a chance that you'll end up in last place in the team competition. Anlin Jr. brother, I'm not blaming you. I just want to say that this is fate. And Lin, if Sword Immortal Ming Yuan heard this, perhaps he would gladly accept Senior Wang as his final disciple, and Lin was speechless. After hearing Wang Xuanzhan's words, he felt as if a knife had been stabbed into his heart again. And Lin was initially trying to boost their fighting spirits, but his will to fight was also beginning to sink. He looked up at the sky and sighed with melancholy. Vice Principal Yuhua was also very weary upon seeing this. However, the competition still had to continue. Thus, he invited the Lion King of the Hall of Creation to host the 3rd round. The third round of the competition was intent, which referred to the true intent that a person had comprehended. There were millions of true intents in the world, and they all pointed directly to the origin, reflecting the depth of a person's comprehension in a certain domain. The Lion King walked onto the stage. His storage ring flashed, and a gigantic black crystal appeared before everyone's eyes. This is the Intent Realm Crystal. As long as you place your hands on the crystal and insert your intent, your consciousness will be able to enter the crystal. There are 10 puppets within the crystal. You'll need to use your own true intent to battle against them. Every time you destroy a puppet, you'll be able to destroy a second puppet, and so on and so forth. Each puppet is worth 1 point, and the scenes of your battle will be displayed on the crystal. Even if the intent within the crystal dissipates, it won't affect your physical body in the slightest. Everyone became a little expectant after hearing the Lion King's explanation. After all, a battle of intents was a type of battle, so it was more interesting to watch. Meanwhile, Enlin's breathing quickened, and his eyes burned with excitement. Intent Realm Crystal. What a familiar name. His true intent was very powerful, enough to rival the number 1 prodigy, Sword Immortal of the Purple Star State. He had this round in the bag. On the plaza, a faint smile also appeared on Su Qinyun's face. This time, classmate Enlin will be able to regain some face. Oh, how did you know? Su Xiaolan asked curiously. To be honest, even Su Xiaolan's heart ached for Enlin for a long time after he scored 0. 1 point. Su Qinyun's eyes glistened as she looked at the man on the stage. Then, she told Su Xiaolan in detail about his intent realm battle against Jiang Yinan in the Greenwood Imperial Palace. Su Xiaolan's eyes lit up after hearing about Enlin's achievements. She was also very interested in what was going to happen next. In this round, the first to take the stage was the representative from the Celestial Court. Senior Wang, Senior Liu, let me go first this time. Enlin spoke with a solemn expression as he looked at the 2 people before him. Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qianhuan both faltered slightly upon hearing this. However, Enlin continued, If I can take first place this time, would you be willing to fight with me and take first place in this Dao Exchange Conference? If I can take first place this time, would you be willing to fight with me and take first place in this Dao Exchange Conference? Enlin enunciated each and every word to the 2 people before him with a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. For some reason, his confident and heroic demeanor caused the silent hearts of the other 2 team members to burn with passion. Since Junior Enlin has already said so, how could I still have the face to refuse? Wang Xuanzhan smiled knowingly at Enlin and spoke in a clear voice. I know how to play the advantageous game. Enlin, if you win, I'll definitely work hard. Good luck. Lu Qianhuan's smile was like a blossoming flower as she cheered for Enlin. Enlin nodded solemnly. Don't give up. We can still turn the tables. Saying this, he walked toward the gigantic black crystal. He was going to use his actions to reignite everyone's hope. Chapter 197. Seeing that Enlin had chosen to go first, the spectators on the plaza began to stir again. Senior student Enlin chose to go first? Is he trying to get off to a good start? It's hard to say. It's not like you didn't see what happened during the competition of Dao. God, En's condition really is very unstable. Sai, his score is really too far behind now. All of the students became a little pessimistic. Even though they were looking forward to Enlin's appearance, they were no longer as enthusiastic as before. The members of the other 3 powers also turned to look at Enlin with great interest. In their eyes, Enlin was the epitome of the unexpected. Anything could happen to him. Enlin made his way over to the huge black crystal. He took a deep breath before injecting his consciousness into the crystal. He had experienced this process before, so he was very familiar with it now. Soon he appeared in a vast space. This was a vast and barren desert. The sky was a dark red color, and there were occasional gusts of wind blowing past. And Lin sensed his surroundings and realized that this was a much more solid intent realm than the one he had entered during his battle against Jiang Yinan. This intent realm crystal was of a higher level, so there shouldn't be a situation where one's true intent realm would crack the crystal. Boom! A wooden puppet descended from the sky before making its way toward Lin in an extremely stiff manner. All of the students on the plaza instantly became nervous upon seeing the appearance of the puppet on the crystal. It's here, it's here. What's going to happen to senior student Lin now? Do you think he'll be knocked unconscious by this wooden puppet? Will Godden be unable to move after entering the intent realm? That's enough. Please believe in student Lin. It had to be said that Lin's performance in the last round had left a huge trauma in the hearts of all the students. Now that the puppet had appeared, all of them became anxious and pessimistic. And Lin didn't know what to say as he looked at the puppet making its way toward him in a wobbly manner. F***CK, are you looking down on me? He unsheathed his sword of true intent and slashed with the 6 strikes of the war god's foundational techniques alone. Whoosh! The dazzling sword light whizzed out and tore the wooden puppets in front of it into pieces. Everyone in the square. Needless to say, they seemed to be worrying too much. No, to put it more accurately, Godden had returned. Rumble. The second wooden puppet descended from the sky. It charged towards Lin, its movements becoming extremely fluid and agile. Yo, the difficulty has increased quite a bit. And Lin chuckled and slashed at the nimble wooden puppet again. The sword light once again tore apart the wooden puppet. It was another instant kill. Then the third, fourth, fifth, one by one, the puppets were chopped into pieces by Lin's sword and turned into powder. He was like a powerful sword immortal that overcame all obstacles in his path, sweeping through everything before him. The gazes of the students in the square gradually became heated as they stared at the figure on the crystal. Rumble. The 6th wooden puppet descended from the sky. Its entire body was pitch black, and blue flames enveloped its entire body. The true intent of fire formed ripples that radiated outwards. It suddenly charged towards Lin, and the blue flames transformed into a ferocious tiger that smashed into Lin's sword projection. This battle lasted for a whole 10 minutes before Lin finally tore the wooden puppet into pieces. Vice Principal Yuhua also sighed lightly in his heart upon seeing this. And Lin's sword intent was very good, but 6 wooden puppets was probably his limit. Most of the students also had the same thought. Judging from Lin's strenuous performance, he indeed wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. However, Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qianhuan were different. They stared at Lin with anticipation in their eyes. And Lin had said that he would take first place. For some reason, they believed that Lin would be able to take first place. However, he wasn't at the stage where he could take first place yet. The 7th wooden puppet descended from the sky. This wooden puppet wielded 2 sabers and slashed casually at Lin, unleashing a saber projection of over 1,000 feet. First technique, wind sword. The projection of a man suddenly appeared behind Lin. This man stood proudly in the air and extended a hand toward the heavens. Wind and clouds swept through heaven and earth before materializing into a sword in the air. The wind and cloud sword swept through the air for several thousand feet before slashing down toward the wooden puppet. The vast sword was imbued with boundless might, as if it were going to slice heaven and earth in half. The 7th wooden puppet was completely shattered by this sword strike. Insta-killed? Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath as they stared at the intent realm crystal with astonishment etched on their faces. They didn't think that Lin would still have a trump card up his sleeve. The 8th wooden puppet appeared, and it was also slain by Lin with a single wind sword strike. His wind sword true intent was comparable to the most powerful sword technique unleashed by the #1 sword prodigy of the Purple Star State, so it was naturally extremely powerful. The 9th wooden puppet wielded a pure, white long sword and tore through the air before appearing before Lin. Behind it Over 1,000 flying swords whistled through the air as their powerful sword intent transformed into a substantial form, pulverizing the ground around them. And Lin's wind sword strike was blocked by the wooden puppet's powerful sword intent. Then, over 1,000 flying swords began to vibrate violently as they formed a long sword formation with boundless sword might before flying toward Lin. Second technique, Shadow Tiger. The long sword formation pierced through Lin's body. However, his body was like an illusion, distorting and dissipating upon contact. Heaven and earth suddenly darkened. What's going on? Why did the screen go black? Holy F***CK, the screen just happened to go black at the climax. Do you have to torture me like this? What happened to Big Brother and after that? Sigh, it's one thing for the Hall of Creation to be ugly, but why are their props also fake? All the students on the plaza erupted into a frenzy upon seeing the screen suddenly go black. The Lion King was also given a fright, and he immediately inspected the Intent Realm crystal to find that there was nothing wrong with it. He stared at the screen in shock. Could it be? Light reappeared between heaven and earth. Everyone could see the black mist swirling around the blade of Lin's sword once again. In front of him, the 9th wooden puppet had already been sliced in half. The battle is over, some students asked in disbelief. Could it be that the screen went black just now because his sword intent made heaven and earth darken? Impressive. My God, and true intent can be used like this. Some of the students were in disbelief, some were in awe, and some were in awe. Everyone was getting excited. Right at this moment, heaven and earth suddenly tremored violently. Soon, an inky black vortex began to appear in the sky. This vortex almost encompassed the entire heaven and earth, and in the very center of the vortex, a figure exuding extremely terrifying energy fluctuations appeared. It was like a monarch that controlled the world, and it descended toward Lin with countless meteorites in its wake. This was the intent to destroy the world, and it was also the most powerful puppet in the Intent Realm crystal. Countless flaming meteorites crashed toward Lin, creating an apocalyptic scene. And Lin stood on the spot, but he was almost suffocated by the overwhelming pressure. Good. Watch my final technique, Divine Sword. His entire body trembled as he looked up at the despairing power in the sky, and he recalled the final sword strike in his mind. Boom! Boundless might swept through heaven and earth, and a dazzling golden light imbued with a paramount divine might crashed into the surrounding space, annihilating all things in this world. The crystal screen was once again dominated by light, but this time it wasn't a black screen. Instead, it was a golden screen. Everyone who was watching was so shocked by this scene that they were speechless. Was this really King Intent Realm battle? This was clearly a doomsday battle, and Lin felt his head spasm, and his consciousness abruptly returned to him. He sat limply on the ground and looked up at the Intent Realm crystal with concern before heaving a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the crystal didn't crack. Then the crystal screen went black. Huh? What's going on? Why did the screen go black? Could it be that Godin has a backup plan? First the golden screen, then the black screen? That's possible. Let's wait a little longer. 1 minute later. Everyone. It really did seem like the screen had gone black. Look! Godin has returned. Someone let loose a cry of surprise a moment later. Almost everyone was staring intently at the image on the crystal screen, and none of them noticed that Lin had already regained consciousness. Everyone turned to look at Lin upon hearing this. An entire venue erupted into a frenzy again. God's battle was way too spectacular. He's my idol. By the way, did the crystal screen go black? Did he win or lose? Oi, what are the judges doing? Hurry up and announce the results. That's enough. Can't you see that Master Lion King is in a daze? Let him recover. The Lion King touched the crystal screen, and his body shuddered as he stared at Lin with incredulity etched on his face. The crystal screen had gone black, which meant that all of the puppets in heaven and earth had been destroyed by that sword strike. Where did this freak come from? The Lion King murmured to himself with a dumbstruck expression. Reconstructing the world and activating the crystal cost 200,000 spirit stones. F***CK, I can't even claim this money. What a huge loss. The Lion King howled with anguish, but he still announced the final results with a pained expression. And Lin has destroyed 10 puppets, receiving 10 points. The entire venue erupted into jubilation upon hearing this. Even the members of the other 3 powers were looking at Lin with admiration in their eyes. And Lin had allowed them to witness an extremely spectacular battle of true intent. They were completely convinced by his perfect score. And Lin stood up and made his way toward Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qianhuan with a smile. Look, I said I'm going to get first place, so I'm definitely going to get first place. I don't think anyone can surpass my perfect score record. Now, it's time for you to perform. Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qianhuan's hearts trembled upon hearing this. Then they nodded with smiles on their faces. Now, it was time for them to solidify their victory. Chapter 198. The second person to take the field was Wang Xuanzhan. His fighting spirit was high, and a raging fire burned in his heart. That's right, his fighting spirit had been low before. He felt like he was surrounded by useless teammates, and no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. But now, Lin gave him strength through his actions, letting him know that his team still had a chance at victory. They hadn't been defeated yet. The Intent Realm Crystal was activated by the Lion King, and Wang Xuanzhan entered the Intent Realm without hesitation. Wang Xuanzhan's true intent was spear intent. Lightning crackled around his body, and he gripped his spear tightly, standing between heaven and earth like a god of war as he welcomed the attacks of the puppets one by one. The first few puppets were all quickly defeated by him. It wasn't until the 6th puppet appeared that he expended a bit more effort. This puppet was covered in blue flames, and it carried an extremely strong, true meaning of fire. The clash of the 2 true intents kicked up a cloud of dust. This was an extremely intense battle, and in the end, Wang Xuanzhan pierced through the puppet's head with his spear and defeated it. The 7th puppet was a dual saber puppet, and it possessed extremely fearsome saber intent. At the time, Lin had been forced to use the true intent of the wind sword on this puppet. In this battle, Wang Xuanzhan unleashed his dragon spear true intent to the extreme, and he was like a true dragon soaring through the heavens. In the end, he shattered the dual saber puppet with his spear, but at the same time he was riddled with wounds. The 8th puppet was the Yin-Yang puppet. This puppet wielded the ice of extreme Yin in one hand and the flames of the golden crow in the other. Its movements were extremely agile and unpredictable, and Lin was able to slay it with the speed of his wind sword. Wang Xuanzhan battled with this puppet for a long time, but in the end he was still slightly inferior in terms of stamina, and his true intent crumbled under the Yin-Yang dual saber. The spectating students all sighed in disappointment upon seeing this. They had thought that Wang Xuanzhan would be able to defeat the puppet after stabbing it a few times. But who would have thought that Wang Xuanzhan's true intent would be the first to crumble? The other 3 teams all breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and Lin's full score had already put a lot of pressure on them, and if Wang Xuanzhan couldn't even defeat the 8th puppet, then they really wouldn't have any advantage. Immediately afterward, they turned their attention to Lu Qianhuan. If Lu Qianhuan could display the exemplary style of her previous 2 matches, then they still had a chance. It's all up to Sister Lu now. Wang Xuanzhan's consciousness returned, and he looked at Lu Qianhuan with an encouraging expression. Lu Qianhuan made an okay gesture. Watch me. She sent her consciousness into the black crystal, and her figure appeared in a desert. Tens of thousands of students stared at the beautiful figure, hoping that the goddess in their hearts would be able to clear their name. Rumble. The first wooden puppet descended from the sky. The point delivery puppet lunged toward Lu Qianhuan with stiff movements. Lu Qianhuan flipped a hand over, and her six-feathered staff appeared in front of her. She gripped the staff tightly in her slender hands as she charged toward the puppet. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Qianhuan and the wooden puppet engaged in a fierce battle. Wang, Xuanzhan, and Lin, the onlookers. In the end, Lu Qianhuan used her nimble movements to smash the wooden puppet into pieces with her staff. Phew! I can only use true intent, but not immortal spells. How troublesome! She wiped the sweat off her face, and a faint blush appeared on her face. The second wooden puppet landed. This one was a lot more nimble, and Lu Qianhuan and it were locked in a stalemate. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. After a fierce battle, Lu Qianhuan barely won against the second wooden puppet. Sigh. It looks like this match is going to be cancelled. I hate to admit it, but I feel like Sister Lu is not suited for this type of competition. Poor Godin and Senior Wang are fighting so hard. What are we going to do? All of the students stared at the female on the crystal screen with distressed expressions. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. The third wooden puppet crashed into the ground. Each of its attacks was imbued with immense power, and Lu Qianhuan stumbled back in retreat. It was clear that she was on the brink of collapse. It looks like Lu Qianhuan can only get 2 points. This is our chance. Hong Do exclaimed excitedly. True intent was the forte of the Hall of Creation, so this was their chance to turn the tables. Just as everyone was losing hope for Lu Qianhuan, the female on the screen heaved a light sigh. Sigh! It looks like I won't be able to redeem myself as a young sorceress. What can I do? I made a promise to Enlin, so I'll just have to use it against my will. Lu Qianhuan's bright purple eyes turned cold. As she retreated, her six-feathered staff disappeared, and a light blue, long sword appeared in her hand. Whoosh! The sword projection was so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qianhuan appeared behind the wooden puppet. Kacha! Under everyone's gaze, the puppet disintegrated into thousands of pieces in an instant. The cuts were smooth and clean. Gasp! Everyone on the crystal screen drew a sharp intake of breath as they stared at the scenes unfolding before their eyes in astonishment. Insta-kill! And Lin's eyes also widened in shock. Sister Lu knows how to use a sword? And so powerful. Wasn't she supposed to be a young sorceress? How did she become a swordsman? I've never seen her use a sword, even during the free-for-all battle. Wang Xuanzhan came to his senses. Although there was still a hint of shock on his face, he was still able to accept this. Although this is the first time I've seen Sister Lu use a sword, she came from the Heavenly Sword Sect. So it's no surprise that she knows how to use a sword. Heavenly Sword Sect? And Lin came to a sudden realization upon hearing this. As one of the 4 great sects of the Kingdom of the 9 States, the Heavenly Sword Sect was definitely a place that all sword immortals yearned to go to. There were countless famed swords and prodigious sword immortals there, making it the holy land of swords on the Tai Chu continent. Seeing as Sister Lu came from that place, it was indeed acceptable for her to suddenly become a sword immortal. Just as they were speaking, she sliced the 4th and 5th wooden puppets in half. Her movements were as smooth and graceful as flowing water. The 6th wooden puppet was extremely powerful. She had to expend some effort, but she still managed to kill it in the end. We're in. Wang Xuanzhan clenched his fists with excitement. Lu Qianhuan had already obtained 6 points. This was already a very high number of points, and they could already clinch first place in this competition. The dual saber wooden puppet appeared. This puppet's saber intent was extremely powerful, and even Wang Xuanzhan found himself in a difficult situation. Frosty heavens! Lu Qianhuan's cherry lips moved slightly as a blue light flashed past her eyes. Blue smoke suddenly began to revolve around her snowy white skin, which transformed into blue streamers that clung to her lithe and graceful body. She walked toward the wooden puppet expressionlessly, as if she were a holy maiden of ice and snow. Her light blue long sword carved a thin line into the ground, which exuded an eerie frosty aura. Behind her, a sky of ice and snow appeared. Whoosh, 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 a series of powerful saber projections tore through the air and slashed toward Lu Qinhuan. However, the extremely powerful saber projections abruptly faltered when they were only 100 feet away from her. Then they were frozen solid. Lu Qianhuan stepped forward, and her body leaped over 100 meters forward again. Her long sword was as fast as lightning as she slashed down toward the dual saber wooden puppet. A frosty aura swept through heaven and earth, and everything around her began to slow down before freezing solid. Only her sword became even faster. Whoosh! The blue sword projection was like a white line as it sliced the dual saber wooden puppet in half. The extremely powerful dual saber wooden puppet was insta-killed by a single sword strike. After that, even the yin-yang puppet that had defeated Wang Xuanzhan was unable to evade Lu Qianhuan's frosty heavens sword intent and was sliced into pieces. This time, all of the spectators were astonished. They stared blankly at the figure on the crystal screen, unable to utter a single word. This wasn't a young sorceress. This was a peerless sword maiden, a cold and aloof disposition, a tall and proud figure. Exquisite features, she was a top-notch female sword immortal. Even Su Qianyin stared at the figure with a face full of envy and woof-woof. She also had a dream of becoming a sword immortal, and she hoped to be able to battle as elegantly as Sister Lu. Although Lu Qianhuan was powerful, she was still defeated by the boundless sword formation of the 9th wooden puppet. When she regained consciousness, she heard her score. Lu Qianhuan, 8 points. Tens of thousands of students cheered again, and the entire stadium erupted into jubilation. In particular, some of the male students were flushed with excitement as they yelled her name in a frenzy. That's right. Her score had exceeded everyone's expectations. This was a score that sent the Celestial Court into a frenzy, and this was a score that sent all the other powers into despair. Setting aside Enlin, she had already become the most dazzling presence in the stadium. Although Lu Qianhuan didn't redeem herself as a young sorceress, she had successfully redeemed herself as a student representative. My performance wasn't bad, right? Lu Qianhuan walked toward Enlin and Wang Xuanzhan. The two teammates stared at her in a daze and gave the woman in front of them a thumbs up. Lu Qianhuan giggled as she looked at the male in front of her. Her smile was like a peach blossom in March, intoxicating and intoxicating. Chapter 199. The Heavenly Court's 3 representatives' powerful performance in the battle of true meaning had ignited the crowd's atmosphere. Hope was reignited in the hearts of the tens of thousands of students. They knew that the 3 representatives were all quite powerful. As long as they worked hard, they would definitely be able to catch up to the other powers. And Lin and the others scored a total of 25 points in this competition. Barring any mishaps, they would be able to pull ahead of the other powers by quite a few points. The competition continued. The representative from the Garden of Eden scored a score of 667 for a total of 19 points. The representative from the Buddhist kingdom scored a score of 567 for a total of 18 points. The representative from the Hall of Creation also scored a score of 677 for a total of 20 points, placing them in second place. Hongdo was also finally not at the bottom. Instead, he scored a score of 7. His true intent of flames was quite powerful. After the test of true intent, the 4 powers all had a total of around 60 points. Everyone was on the same starting line again. The leader of the Garden of Eden, Vanessa, walked out. She had a voluptuous figure, a slender waist, and a pair of 36 D-balls. The sun shone down on her, and she exuded a faint glow, making her appear holy and beautiful. She cleared her throat and began to read out the rules of the competition of life in a loud voice. In the process of growth and evolution, living beings will encounter countless difficulties. even desperate situations. How to survive in all kinds of dangerous situations is a skill that we must master. The path of life is long and survival is king. Only by preserving one's own life will one have a chance to become powerful. The competition of life is to test the ability of the representatives to persevere in the face of desperate situations. She crossed her arms in front of her chest as she spoke, and a white ball of light shot out from her body. It expanded before her until it became a spatial passageway. This is the gate leading to the trial of desperate situations. I will bless each of you with a seed of life. When the seed of life shatters, you will be eliminated. During the trial, participants are not allowed to attack each other. Otherwise, you will be immediately disqualified. Vanessa's hands began to emit green balls of light as she spoke. These balls of light flew into the bodies of the 12 people and completely disappeared as one. And Lin sensed the life seed within his body and felt as if there was an invisible membrane covering his body, filled with the aura of life. Vanessa continued, "There are a total of 10 perilous realms in this trial. You'll be awarded 1 point for every 10 minutes you last in a perilous realm. Representatives of all forces, please enter the spatial passage and head to the trial grounds. Your trial will be broadcasted live through the crystal screen." Was this a survival adventure? And Lin raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. For some reason, he recalled his experience in the Purple Star Research Institute ruins. The 12 representatives walked into the spatial passageway and arrived at an underground world. There was flowing lava everywhere, and the temperature was terrifyingly high. The trial begins. Please endure for 10 minutes. His voice reverberated throughout the entire space, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Phew, it's so hot. Lu Qianhuan blushed slightly as she unleashed an immortal spell to lower the temperature. Don't get careless, Wang Xuanzhang cautioned. Since this is a perilous situation, there must be something terrifying about it. And Lin nodded solemnly. He looked around and became alert. The representatives of all the other forces also looked around and prepared protective spell techniques in secret. Gurgle, gurgle, the lava bubbled incessantly and the surroundings were very quiet. Aside from the sound of flowing lava, there was no other sound to be heard. 5 minutes passed. There was still no change in their surroundings. Everyone was perplexed as they surveyed their surroundings cautiously. Time passed by slowly. Congratulations, you've successfully passed the first perilous realm. Vanessa's congratulatory voice suddenly sounded from the spatial passage. Everyone faltered slightly upon hearing this before coming to a sudden realization. So this was a free pass. Heaven and earth spun around them, and they were teleported again. This time, they appeared on the mountainside. Their surroundings were a world of ice and snow with howling winds and biting cold winds. Snow danced in the air. Don't tell me we're just going to be exposed to the cold winds for 10 minutes this time. Lu Qianhuan puffed out her cheeks in protest at this completely boring trial. Vanessa is probably trying to show us what it's like to experience the true world of ice and fire. I have to say it's pretty satisfying. And Lin stretched lazily with a satisfied expression. Even though the surrounding temperatures were very low, it wasn't much of a threat to cultivators of a certain rank. Everyone else also wore resigned expressions. There was no challenge, no point. Rumble! Heaven and earth suddenly began to tremor. Everyone then began to look around nervously. What's that sound? Qing Ji suddenly spoke with furrowed brows. He could hear the sound approaching from afar, and it became more and more violent like a tidal wave. It's an avalanche, run. And Lin let loose a cry of surprise. What's the hurry? Don't we know how to fly? A faint smile appeared on August's face as he spread open his white wings and flew into the sky. And Lin came to his senses and blushed as he also flew into the sky atop his brick. Due to the fact that this was a trial of survival in a perilous situation, he was overreacting in his nervousness. Everyone else also flew into the sky to avoid the avalanche. Hong Do laughed heartily at the sight of the avalanche crashing down upon him. An avalanche of this caliber? I'll be fine even if I lie down in the snow and don't move. He lay down contentedly as he spoke and cast a disdainful glance at everyone in the sky. Rumble. Hong Do's body was instantly engulfed by the wave of snow and ice, and the earth tremored violently, and Lin stroked his chin. An avalanche of this caliber was indeed no problem for Hong Do, but he didn't have to flex in front of everyone like this. After a short while, Hong Do has been eliminated. Score 1 point. Vanessa's voice suddenly sounded in the air. Everyone faltered slightly upon hearing this before turning to look at a certain spot that had been buried in the snow. Boom! Hong Do broke through the snow. He had clearly heard that voice as well, and he yelled in disbelief. Impossible! I'm completely fine. Why am I eliminated? Are you sure you're all right? Look at your seed of life. Vanessa's voice sounded in the air again. My seed of life? Hong Do came to his senses, and his eyes widened in shock. He could sense that the seed of life within his body had completely disappeared. How could this be? I refuse to accept this. How could this seed be so fragile? Hong Do yelled in complete disbelief. Looking down on danger and being overly confident in one's own strength is a huge taboo on the path of cultivation. You have to learn to be cautious in your life. Otherwise, if your seed of life shatters this time, your life could disappear the next time. The cold voice sounded again. Hong Do roared with indignation, but it was to no avail. His body was already beginning to slowly dissipate, and Lin and the others all looked at Hong Do with sympathy and gratitude. They were sympathetic because he had only scored 1 point and was once again in last place. They were grateful because it was all thanks to him that they realized how fragile the seed of life within their bodies was. Huang Shan and Dong Yen were completely unconcerned about Hong Do's elimination. Dong Yen even yawned out of boredom and happily said, "This idiot finally scram from my sight." Huang Shan nodded as golden lightning crackled in his eyes. What an idiot. No wonder we're always at the bottom of the Tao Exchange Conference. The higher-ups always send 1 or 2 idiots to act cute every year. And Lin, was it really a good idea to criticize Hong Do in front of everyone? They all heard him. Congratulations. You've successfully passed the second perilous realm. After a few minutes, the voice sounded in the air again. Then there was another round of dizzying teleportation. Everyone appeared in a deep ocean as terrifying water pressure swept toward them. Chapter 200. All of the representatives immediately unleashed protective spell techniques to defend themselves against the fearsome water pressure. Although their bodies could withstand this kind of pressure, their life seeds could not. With this in mind, everyone couldn't help but express their gratitude toward Hong Do. The ocean was completely dark and deathly silent. August immediately unleashed his great light technique to survey his surroundings. He was immediately given a fright. This was AF * King monster concentration camp. Countless huge black shadows floated around. All kinds of strange deep-sea fishes slowly swam by with their bloody mouths wide open. There were also some blurry and distorted creatures that directly disintegrated everything that approached them into minced meat and then slowly devoured it. Their eyes had all deteriorated, so they didn't do anything drastic after August unleashed his powerful light. We'll be fine if we just sit here quietly, right? Lu Qianhuan transmitted her voice to them. Of course we'll be fine. At least there was an avalanche in the last perilous situation, so there's no way this perilous situation will be so simple. And Lin rolled his eyes. Right at this moment, a gigantic black shadow floated toward everyone and opened its cavernous mouth. Water began to flow rapidly into its mouth, and everyone felt an extremely powerful suction force. Be careful, everyone. I'm going to subdue this freak. Qin Yan roared as he pounced toward the gigantic black shadow. A dazzling golden light burst forth from his palm. Great Buddha Vajra palm! Don't be rash, junior disciple brother, Qingji yelled. However, Qing Yan had only just spoken when Qing Yan had already pounced toward the black shadow. A gigantic golden palm imprint of over 100 feet in size slammed toward the black shadow with immense power. Boom! The black shadow was sent flying by the palm imprint. However, an extremely dangerous feeling engulfed Qing Yan's entire body. Qing Yan's pupils contracted. Countless gigantic black shadows began to materialize in the inky black ocean before pouncing toward him. Sharp claws, tentacles, poisonous creatures, sharp spikes, an endless barrage of attacks swept toward him. Ah! Qing Yan's blood-curdling cries erupted from the ocean. As for everyone else, they had already fled over a kilometer away, and they were still fleeing into the distance. Qing Ji and Qing Xang grimaced as they looked back at Qing Yan. In the end, they still put their palms together and chanted, Amitabha. When Qing Yan attacked the monster, they had already seen the horde of black shadows behind it. With so many monsters, they might be able to win if the representatives of the 4 powers attacked together. However, the other 3 powers all chose to sell Qing Yan without any hesitation. How were they supposed to fight now? If they were to mindlessly charge forward like Qing Yan, then the Buddhist kingdom's representatives would all be wiped out at this stage. Therefore, it wasn't that they didn't want to save Qing Yan, but that they couldn't. Qing Yan has been eliminated. Score 2 points. Vanessa's voice sounded in the air. At this moment, Qing Yan's body was teleported back. This Qing Yan is really stupid to start a brainless party the moment they meet. Qing, 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 Qi, Lu from her. If not in an Qing, this shao, she say, she not. No, Qing say it, Qing, and Qing and Lin. No. However, when it came from her mouth, and Lin couldn't help but feel like Qing Yan had been insulted. In the deep sea, everyone ran away as soon as they encountered a monster and avoided trouble. Thus, they managed to survive this perilous situation. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 3rd perilous situation. Vanessa announced the result again, and the space around them changed again. This time, they arrived at a restaurant. Everyone was a little dumbstruck. At least the last few people had been in perilous situations, but now they were in a restaurant. Before everyone had a chance to come to their senses, Vanessa's voice sounded. Debilitating poison, spell formation. Boom! All of the representatives swayed slightly before becoming feeble and feeble. Immediately afterward, a mountain of ingredients suddenly appeared before them. Vanessa's voice sounded again. All of you have been afflicted with lethal poison, so you need to find the antidote among these ingredients. Of course, some of these ingredients can save lives, while others can kill. Time is of the essence, so please make your choice as soon as possible. Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and they pounced toward the pile of ingredients without any hesitation. What a joke! If there were only a few antidote ingredients, then of course it was first come, first served. If they didn't grab them now, then when? The poison we've been afflicted with is one that weakens our meridians and dissipates our vital energy. It's a yin-type poison, so let's look for yang-type ingredients that can strengthen our meridians and strengthen our meridians first. After that, we'll slowly sift through the ingredients, Wang Xuanzhan said in an urgent voice, and Lin and Lu Qianhuan both nodded solemnly before rummaging through the ingredients. 2 minutes later, and Lin and Lu Qianhuan stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky with dejected expressions. Where did these strange ingredients come from? They couldn't even identify a single one of them. At a time like this, it was extremely important to have knowledge about pills. A noob who had only been cultivating for a year and a young girl who was addicted to games all day long. They had no chance at all. And Lin refused to give up, and he picked up an ingredient that looked like a ginseng before activating his divine inspection technique. A string of information began to appear in his mind. Ancient sea ginseng, grows in the depths of the Black Sea. It's evolved from the feces of the 1,000 spike cuttlefish and wood coral. It's a 9th-grade spirit medicine with a spicy flavor and is used to treat kidney deficiency. It contains no sugar, and Lin, very good, he could even identify the flavor. It's just that he didn't have *King mark its attributes. Soon, all the useful ingredients were snatched clean by the representatives of the major powers. Wang Xuanzhan hugged the ingredients excitedly and looked toward Lin and Lu Qianhuan. Then he was completely dumbfounded. Where's your ingredients? He suddenly had a bad feeling and asked in a trembling voice. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan were both empty-handed. Both of them lowered their heads in embarrassment, their faces full of guilt. Lu Qianhuan said timidly, although we didn't get the ingredients, we can still be Shinong. And Lin's eyes also lit up upon hearing this. He had discovered his own value. That's right, we can test the poison of the medicine that Senior Wang concocted. Shinong, tasting 100 herbs, was also very noble. Wang Xuanzhan's lips twitched. He was so tired. He turned around to analyze the poison in his body, not wanting to talk to these two anymore. A flame ignited in Wang Xuanzhan's palm, and the ingredients also began to float into the air. Flaming bluestone flower, 10 grams. 9 dragon vine, 8 grams. Crimson beard, 16 grams. Condense the pill. Wang Xuanzhan clenched his fist, and the essence of the ingredients began to condense into a sparkling golden pill. His body had already been affected by the poison in the first place. Now his entire body swayed and he almost fainted. However, he still successfully condensed the pill. Senior Wang, give me the pill. I'm not afraid of death. Lu Qianhuan offered to test the pill. Whether the pill could neutralize the poison or not, it could only be determined after testing. If the ratio of ingredients wasn't reasonable, one could still die from ingesting it. Senior Wang, this is such a dangerous task. Who else but me can do it? And Lin also extended his hand toward the two of them with a righteous expression. Wang Xuanzhan looked at Lu Qianhuan and Lin coldly and placed the pill in his mouth. Lu Qianhuan and Lin, firstly, there's not enough time. Secondly, there's only so little ingredients left. It's not even enough to refine another pill. Thirdly, I don't have the strength to refine a second pill, Wang Xuanzhan explained with a cold expression the entire time. It was clear that he was extremely disappointed in his two teammates. They didn't even have the chance to test the pill as Shinong. There were only 3 minutes left. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan looked at each other as they picked up Wang Xuanzhan's leftover ingredients. Which one do you want to eat? And Lin asked. Lu Qianhuan picked up a few brightly colored ingredients. These look pretty good. They look like they'll be more delicious. And Lin nodded. Then he placed the leftover ingredients into his mouth. Just like that, the two Shinong ate the ingredients raw and chewed on them. They had to try everything in a desperate situation. Wah, so bitter! Lu Qianhuan's bright purple eyes narrowed as she complained with a bitter expression. These unattractive-looking ingredients taste pretty good. And Lin ate with a smug expression. It was as if he had profited a lot. Time was up, and Lin and Lu Qianhuan's eyes rolled into their heads. They frothed at the mouth and died from the poison